That's what? Okay. Well, on good old Saturday, we beat Dead Space. We conquered the Dead Space on hard mode, no less, and it actually was pretty damn easy. I have to imagine that impossible mode is what's got like the real difficulty on there. I died a lot, but it's, you know, it's my bag. I like to die. And so we played Amnesia. The Dark Descent is our first game this year for the spooky month. We are serial. We started Amnesia. We played Amnesia. We did Justine. I feel as though the game left a ton of unanswered questions. There's like a bunch of stuff that we really don't know about. What's up? I am Flute Man. What's up, Sean? How you guys doing? Welcome on in. Namaste, Sean. How you doing, homie? I am Flute Man. How you doing, homie? Welcome on in, guys. I hope you guys are having lovely Mondays. Happy Monday. And I'm hoping that, I mean, this game may have absolutely nothing to do with the Dark Descent, and I had no idea that there was a third Amnesia game until like 5 months ago. I had no idea that there was the Rebirth. So if we do manage to get through A Machine for Pigs tonight relatively quickly, we'll start up Rebirth. Those are going to be the next two games that we play through, are A Machine for Pigs and then Rebirth. I don't know how long they're supposed to be. I looked at how long to beat for both of the games, and they both seemed relatively short, but knowing me, you know, it takes me forever to play a game. Well, this is supposed to be a 5-hour playthrough. 15 hours later, I'm like, all right, we did it. I don't know how people get through games so fast. I don't know how they do it. Sometimes I feel like I rush through games, and I'm still like 3 hours slower than like what the average sum is. So I feel like how long to beat is just a lie. It's just a lie, and speedrunners put stuff on there. What's up, Willie? How you doing, homie? Happy Monday. How you guys doing? Happy Mondays. I hope you're doing well. This is a disaster. McDonald's announced that this will be the final year that the McRib will be on the menu. No more spider meat. Oh no. Oh no. Don't eat McDonald's food. That's how you get cancer. And diabetes. Dude, a woman I worked with a few years ago, she went to a doctor. And the doctor was like, "Hey, you're like on the final stages of pre-diabetes. Like, you need to start, you know, doing healthy things." Like, dude, her idea of a snack was she had Hostess boxes, and that's what she would have for a snack, would be like zebra cakes and moon pies and shit, multiple times throughout the day. She was not a healthy individual. So, and she was telling me this as she was regaling me with the story, and she was like, well, the doctor said I wasn't supposed to have sugar anymore. So I showed him. I went to McDonald's afterwards and got a sweet tea afterwards, and I was like, how is that showing the doctor up? What logic is that? Like, you're gonna show the doctor by getting diabetes? I thought he was... My brain hurts. I'm just not gonna talk to you anymore today. Yeah, that'll show the doctor. You go get diabetes and go to McDonald's. He told me I couldn't have McDonald's anymore, so I went to go get McDonald's. That'll show him. How? How is that showing it to the doctor? Can you explain that to me? It, how is jeopardizing your life sticking it to the doctor? I love the McRib. I look forward to it every time it comes out right around this year. I don't remember the last time I had the McRib. I do have a good McRib story. I have a great... So me and a buddy, there was this local pub called, well, local for them, not so much me, called Hank Deedles. Hank Deedles. It actually burned down a few years ago. Right before COVID, it burned down, or right around COVID, it burned down. But we used to go to this local pub. It was totally a dive bar. Totally a dive bar. They had one pool table. They had like 5 seats. It was all concrete. They didn't serve food, even though in Montgomery County, technically you had to serve food. So they had like bags of potato chips that you could buy for like $10, which nobody ever bought. Those bags of potato chips were probably there for like 30 years. It was frightening. And one evening afterwards, we were like, hey, let's go get some food. What's open? Well, there's not many places, but there was a 24-hour McDonald's nearby. So we were like, all right, well, let's go hit up McDonald's. So we went to go to McDonald's, and a guy we had previously seen there, we called him the Pirate, because he talked like this. He had a real deep and rough voice. He didn't exactly sound like a pirate, but he had a very gravelly, like, it's like he chewed like a box of pebbles. And he was in line in front of us, and he was ordering his food, and we were like, hey man, how's it going? He's like, oh, hey, what's up guys, how you doing? And we were like, oh dude, we came here because, you know, they brought the McRib back. And he was like, holy shit, they brought the McRib back. And he was like, cancel my order. He just like turned around, yelled at the staff, and was just like, I want like 14 McRibs. No, and he wasn't joking. They thought he was joking. They were like, ha 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 ha, you want 14 McRibs? He's like, no, I want 14 McRibs. I'm going to put them in my freezer, and I'm going to freeze them, so when the McRib goes away, I can have McRibs whenever I want. And I was like, you know what? This drunken pirate has a great point. So there you go, Sean. There's a life lesson. Buy as many McRibs as you can, freeze them, and then you can have them whenever you want. They can't do this to me. It's not fair. You know what, dude? You're probably better without it. It's not good for you. I don't even know what the McRib is made out of. He's got the right idea. He did. It just made me and my buddy just like crack up. Like, he already had like 3 bags of food. And then on top of those 3 bags of food, he like another 3 bags of food. I've never seen somebody walk out of McDonald's with so much food in my entire life. I never had. Like, that was the most, it was like he was catering a party or something. But it was just food for him and his brother. And if you're wondering if his brother talked just like him, you would be correct. His voice was actually deeper and more gravelly than his younger brother, which was more surprising than anything else. It was totally a family trait. It was totally a family trait. You know what? I, for one, welcome the day when all McDonald's stop serving food. For one, welcome that day. But hey, all right, yeah. So get 30 McRibs. Get a freezer specific. Get your McRib freezer. All right. Who cares? I need me my McRibs. My McRibs. That's what I'm saying, man. Go to McDonald's, buy out all their McRibs, and then just freeze them. And then just freeze them all. And then throughout the year, you can have McRibs. Just know that that McRibs aren't like red wine, and they don't age well. So you do have to eat them within a certain time period, because yes, food in the freezer can go bad. The Lakers are 0-3. Good for the Lakers. They should have traded for Westbrook. They should have traded for LeBron James. How do you have big baby Anthony Davis? How do you have Anthony Davis And how do you have LeBron James? And how do you lose games? Like, how do you lose games? How is that possible? I'm about to show you something. I'm going to show you guys something amazing, and you're going to love it because I love it. And when I love things, everyone loves things. It's right up there with that vanilla spice eggnog at Christmas. Oh, that sounds vile. That sounds so gross. Vanilla spice eggnog? Oh God. Oh God. That's how you get chlamydia. Uh I spelled his name wrong. Uh this has got to pop up somewhere, right? That is not how you spell that. Uh-oh, is this it? Is this it? No, go back. That's not it. Is this it? Oh, I thought it was a GIF. It's got to be a GIF. Uh-oh. No. Bad Russian website. It's a JPEG. Oh, I thought somebody made this into a GIF. All right, well, if we're not gonna, at least we can see the image. At least we can see the image. Hold on. Here you guys go. This is... No one told you to do that. They don't let you do that with Imager? Fucking Imager is just pornography. It won't... How do we... This is a questionable link that I have gone to. Here, check this out. This always made me laugh. Is this the right one? There we are. Yeah. Anthony Davis, where his unibrow is turning into a bird and flying away. I could have swore that there was a GIF that somebody animated of this. It's his unibrow, and it's forming into a bald eagle. Just soaring away. I could have swore that I saw somebody turn that into... I could have swore that I saw somebody turn that into a GIF. I'm pretty sure that that's what I saw the first time, was Anthony Davis's unibrow turning into a GIF. I could have swore. It just makes me laugh. It just makes me laugh. Well, yeah, McDonald's, I mean, how often does Disney say, like, and these movies are going back in the fall, better get yours soon, no one will know when they'll be back, the McRib will be back. Or maybe they really mean it. Maybe the McRib is gone forever. What are you gonna do? It's not that good to begin with, let's be honest. You won't lose out on anything. Life will go on. Hey, did you see that Washington beat Green Bay, the crappy Packers? What a glorious day today is. Adaptive VSync and vertical VSync? I don't think I need... We'll just leave VSync on. And it's just master volume? That kind of sucks. Invert mouse? No thank you. Okay, I think we're good. I think that's good. Let's play a horror game, guys, huh? Let's play a horror game. Let's get spooky dooky. But yeah, I'm very happy that the Commanders beat up on the Packers. Who beat the LA Kings? The Washington Commanders beat the LA Kings. Good for them. The Kings suck, though. The Kings suck. Kings are a terrible, terrible football team. They're a really bad football team. Probably because they play basketball. I wonder how the Wizards are going to be this year with nobody. with nobody. Oh, the Caps destroyed tonight. Yeah, they won, the Caps won 6-3. Yeah. They did really well. Go Caps. Go Caps, eh? Yeah, they're starting to look a little better. They've won their last couple of games. That's exciting. That makes me happy. That's a heart. You can see the left ventricle and the right ventricle. Right? And there's the aorta. There's the aorta. And I don't know any more about the heart. I think those were all the words. Hello? If that was loading from a CD, I'd be like, that's normal loading time. It's loading from like one of those like super fast solid state drive things. Snap to it. He who makes a beast of himself removes himself from the pain of being human. Dr. Samuel Johnson. Yup.
Daddy, please don't kill me.
And Rebirth just finished installing. So we're great. We are good to go for all our horror games. La 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 la. Am I drunk? I'm a lush. I'm less drunk. Oh, I can jump? Shut the front door. You need a lantern to use. Oh, but I can crouch. What picks up stuff? Not that button. The RB button. Right. June 24th, 1899. Ooh, the turn of the century. How intoxicating. In my dreams, I see a man dressed in jaguar skins and feathered like a bloodied saint. What came from the heart lubricated us. It crushed evil under its tread and liberated us all. The fetid heat of the jungle mirrored somewhere behind my forehead. My temple pounds. The blood boils in my skull. It feels as if there is something alive there. I don't like this font. A rat. A damn rat gnawing through my brains. Eating its way out into the world. Even the laudanum will not quell its endless hunger. I hear my children playing in the attic, but it fills me with terror, not love. desperate thoughts are these? I don't know. What? Okay, it's a bad drawer. It's a mask? Okay. Can I open... How do I run? No one told you to do that. The left trigger is run. Got it. I hit the left stick and it brought up a... Stop doing it. No! Oh, the bureau's like all locked up. Ah, I see. Well, there we go. That's nice. That's nice. That's very nice. What's this thing, though? Why can't I grab it? Grab. 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 Pick up. Take. No! Wow, we ducked like really far down. Oh, the bed was a cage. I see. I now understand the game.
Daddy, find us.
Notes been added to the journal. Y for access to your notes. Press select to make sure to check whenever you get stuck. What is that button? LS. Oh, that's what I was doing. I kept hitting that. I was doing this. A fever dream. I wake alone to a house in silence. That missing sound of children playing like a dark and fecund sepulcher. Fecund? I don't know what fecund is. Does anyone know what fecund is? It sounds like second with an F. I fecund that emotion. It's fecund. 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 Fecundity. The ability to produce an abundance of offspring or new growth. Fertility. Okay, so it's like fertility. Look at us learning words, guys. Beckoning me to begin a descent to the loam, where surely only bodies may be found. No matter, my children call, and I shall answer. I will find them. It looks too bright, doesn't it? This looks all jacked up. I don't like the way this looks. Can we... I thought I was good on... It's still... It looks wrong to me. Like, there's like a haze over everything, it looks like. Whatever, we're just gonna leave it the way it is for now. Maybe it needs to go, like, way low. How does it look for you guys? Is it, like, super dark? It looks, like, crazy dark for you guys. And it looks super bright for me. Does me lowering the gamma actually affect the... Oh, because it didn't save it. That's completely dark. So it looks like it's only like affecting it for me for the most part. That's weird. You would think that that would have some sort of effect for you guys. How do we confirm that? Yikes. Okay, maybe that's too dark. Now I don't think I can see. I have now made it imperceptibly dark to me. Okay, that's too low. I need to see some things. I just cranked that like down to like 0. It does look weird. It's got a really bad like haze on it. Usually that's because like something's too high. Like the gamma's too high. But when I turned it down, I couldn't see a thing. You need to see stuff. Okay. Playtime in the bathroom. I mean, that's what you do in the bathtub, right? You splish splash. Like, what else would you do in the bathtub? Not splish splash?
I held your hand and watched the blood pool between your legs. You lived long enough to see Edwin, but not Enoch. I will take care of them, my love. I promise you this.
What? It looks like there's a note there and some glasses. Pool of blood between your legs. Like, what? Leg bloods. That doesn't sound good. You shouldn't let
Papa, this way.
pools of blood happen. I mean, maybe you should let pools of blood happen? What do I know? I'm not a cardiologist. Okay, door's locked. This one isn't. I wonder if the same mechanic is gonna operate like last time, where the longer we're in the dark, like we have like a sanity meter kind of thing. If you're in the dark too long, you kind of lose your shit.
There's a bad man coming.
Am I the bad man? I can't see anything. Edwin and Enoch's diary, October 11th, 1899. Daddy says there won't be a Christmas this year. He is much too busy. Nanny says we must not disturb him. He is ever so busy. He is gone for work before she wakes us, and often we're asleep before he returns. We found a bird in the garden with a broken wing. We gave it to Nanny, who said it was a filthy thing and hit it with a rolling pin. Oh my god. Later, birds are filled with parasites, you know. Later, we crept downstairs to bury the body when everyone was asleep. There was a pig in the garden. We heard it snuffing about. Then, Daddy came and said we had to come inside straight away. He was furious, but we think he'd been crying again. Stupid crying daddy. Can I have the candle? Burn the teddy bear? Yeah. Oh, maybe I can stand up now. I can't see anything. Like, I can see that. Oh, is this where the nursery is? We're in the wall? Oh, there we go. You picked up the lantern. It can be turned on by pressing X and used to find your way through dark areas. Be careful not to attract unwanted attention with the beam. Are those dead rats? But now I can see, sort of. It also seems that I don't need to, like, refill the lantern with oil. Where's our... Do I have a... I don't have an inventory. I have a lantern. I have a Y button. Start doesn't do it. Select doesn't do it. Unwanted attention? Like from whom? Alright, so maybe we're not going to get like matches and stuff like that in this one? Also, in like the first game, you could pick almost everything up, and it seems we're like really, really limited in what we can pick up right now. Hold down RB button, move with the left stick. Up, down, left, to right to push or pull heavy objects such as storage boxes. Press LB for a strong push in the direction you face. I did. It doesn't do anything. For a strong push in the direction you face. I did press LB. LB just like cancels everything. Alright, I don't know what that strong push thing is, but it didn't do jack squat, so...
We're hiding, Daddy.
Am I Daddy? There's a lot of these masks lying around. Lying around, not so much hiding, but lying around. Well, now we can more clearly see. So, like, all these drawers and bureaus and cabinets and all this are locked. These were rocking back and forth when we saw earlier. It's like a little nursery. I can't yeet the bear. Yeet the bear. Yeet! No, I can just drop it. I'm pretty good at dropping it. I can yeet chairs. See? I can yeet a chair, but I can't yeet a stuffed animals are too heavy for the likes of me. We also can't, like, take all the books off shelves and stuff. No one wants both drawers open. February 11th, 1899. Yes, he said. I know these ruins. He was a shabby fellow, all rotten with some malodorous disease. Caught him looking at me strangely, as if what he really wanted to know was how I knew of them. Biting back the temptation to box his ears for the impudence, I simply smiled and told him that my family's library contained intriguing travel books. The illiterate oaf did not understand that, of course. He agreed to lead us anyway. I have told the children truly this will be an extraordinary adventure. If those old stones hold the financial benefits I predict, it'll be merely the first of many. Many what? Malodorous friends? Stinky friends? Is that? Oh, it's a sheep. It's a ram. Ba ram you. Baram you. Well, the sooner we get away from the music box, probably the better we are. Baram you.
Daddy.
It's really weird to, like, see all these doors and stuff and, like, everything is locked up. Is it supposed to be, like, child-proofing? That's a fun painting. Look at that fish person. Oh, these people got $1 or two, huh? All these Renaissance paintings. People living in coffins. That's some dude's, like, fear of being buried alive.
You don't mind if I record this, do you? I find it most useful.
Ah, you have one of those wonderful Martinvilles. No, of course not, my dear fellow.
It's my own design, Professor, along with everything you see.
Most useful. You understand, of course, why the ministry sent me. That they have concerns.
Wait, that was it? There's not more to that conversation? Is that Aztec? Got a bunch of tablets and books. Amphoras. And I have the gun. I'm not allowed to have the gun? That doesn't seem fair. They're taunting me. What do you think they were playing? What, is that poker? I see all the chips are on the table. Ah, it's the phone call I was expecting. I am very popular these days, you know. That was the clock that was dinking and donking. It doesn't look right. It looks a little murky. Hoi hoi! Ahoy hoy! Alexander Graham Bell would answer the phone by saying ahoy hoy because he felt that the word hello was too impersonal to answer the phone with. November 7th, 1898. The bank is refusing credit. The ignorant swine. I sit alone at night and weep once the children and servants are safely asleep, when they cannot hear me. My darling, how I need you now. They say I have squandered my fortune, that my investment in these latest machines has ruined the family name. What? That I was to remain a local butcher? What are these 2 arms compared to the multitude that can be applied without pay, without tire, by adapting the mechanisms we find in the looms and the mills? But if the bank has its way, it will all come to nothing. If they come for the house, I swear I will kill them. I will kill them all. I will take my rifle. My rifle? You'll take your rifle and bake cookies? That's where that sentence was going, I feel. He was going to take his rifle and bake some cookies. What's the... Oh.
Hello?
No, ahoy hoy.
Eagle cactus fruit. Help us.
Precious eagle cactus fruit. I'll take my rifle. I did it. Oh, hello, children. It is me, Papa. He is in the wall. Dude, how do you make a painting that's see-through? That's amazing. What does this lever do? What did it do? Oh, it opened and closed the secret passage. Very good. Let's keep it closed. I don't want those stinky little snot-nosed children finding their way into... Wait, was that mask there the whole time? You know what? I don't like the idea of having 2-sided paintings. Clockwork and the soul. Replacement is dissatisfactory. So like a pump. Better the intestinal canal, like a tapeworm, already hosting intrusion and the breed. Brass, better than copper, more resistant. Filament sewn to bone hold. Marrow, pipe removal with needle potential. Composite replacement straightforward. Will respond to electromagnetic inducement to increase yield rate. Serum provides accelerated resetting resulting in naturalized movement within 2 to 3 days. Subject still requires severing of frontal lobes to reduce emotional distress upon reactivation. Damn! Damn it! Damn this wretched soul! If only it were clockwork. So he's creating like monsters like Frankenstein did, like reanimating things. So he's putting metal. What would you call them? He's making not robots, but some sort of mechanoid. All right, well, he's creating some sort of like zombie the monster type thing. Pictures, yes. Bathroom. So is that the reason for all the paintings, so that we can spy throughout the house? What if somebody like some of the paintings were real? One fell off a wall, right?
This dawning epoch, this age of reason, an empire grown fat, ripe for the bleeding.
Well, it's kind of creepy to have a window in the bathroom like that, right? That'd be creepy. Oh, I saw the hinges. I saw the hinges and I thought that there was like a note on there. That was wrong. There's no note. There, now the children won't know any better. Oh, Lassie shaming that child. Good for you, Lassie. In Lily's honor, a banquet. Lily Mandis, interred here on 26 September 1890. The angels weep. You to the glory. Your teeth sold for the dollies of the poor. What? They put real people teeth in dolls? That doesn't sound appropriate. Run where? There's demons afoot? Oh, no. Edwin and Enoch's diary, October 3rd, 1899. Daddy says we're not allowed to play with the animals anymore. We were playing hide and seek with Cook, and he came and shouted at us, just as we were going to hide behind Mr. Grumpy Teddy. Cook says it's because of the guns in there, but he always lets us help polish them, so it can't be that. Anyway, that room is haunted. If you sneak around there at night, you can hear the ghosts in the walls behind the cases. They are often angry, or that's how it sounds. We think that's why you can hear them rattling their chains and slamming doors and things like that. I don't like it in there anyways. Alright, well, they don't know Dad's in the walls creeping around, but they do know that ghosts are in the walls. Damn those ghosts. I'm down for orgies.
This way, Papa. Come and see.
I was promised orgies in Baldur's Gate, and we never got them. All these earthquakes are not good. Do we live in California?
Daddy.
The hell is this painting? Your boob is falling out? And she's got like... Is she combing her hair with a pot? And then the baby's all like wrapped up like a fresh crepe. Either they don't know how to render glass in the game, or it's intentionally blurry. Oh, it's drinking time. Just a little nip. Just a nip. Nothing too serious.
I must say, my dear man, you look awful.
Yes, I seem to have picked up something rather nasty in Mexico.
I do understand what you've been through. A lesser man would have crumbled. Yet you have made all of this. Your great factory, your charities. It is a wonder for one man alone.
It will all be made clear, Professor. But first, a drink.
Bullying. I would like a drink. Provide me a drink, sir. Oh, no. No. Billiards, old chap. Billiards. What kind of man do you think I am? To subject myself to a commoner's game such as billiards. Chip, chop, chip. Dias's hairs? I don't read German. We're not gonna try to read that. Wunden mein, Dias's hairs. Schlaf, mein Kind, schlaf, dein Herz schlagt unter mein Hand und ich weig dich. You have to be angry when you speak German. You have to be angry when you speak German. That's what I've learned. Listening to other Germans talk, everyone's always angry. In deisen offenen Wunden mein Dias's Herz. Sanft weiter durch mich und dein Herz gehört mir und ich weig dich in dieser werdenden Leib. Dice's Herz. Traum dies Wund wird bluten und die Engel traunern, nur ein dich schlafen zu sehen, mein Kind, schlaf und ich werd dich weigen. What? Was that like supposed to be a song? Was I supposed to be singing that? Was I close on some of the words? I feel like I probably butchered German there. Willkommen! Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Ich bin ein Berliner! Ich bin ein Berliner. Oh, ditto. Also closes. Ah! Cactus pigeon.
Mandus, do you know me?
Who are you? Where are my children?
Trapped, Mandus, far below us. The machine is fouled. It is breached. It is flooded. The bulkheads are down. The children are engaged. If you help me, I can help you release them. Restore the power manders, drain the flooding, and restart the great engines.
How? Where should I go? Hello? Hello?
What now? Yeah, I don't know where to go. Nope. It's chilly outside, and I did not bring my pea coat. December 20th, 1899. I am here to save a visitor. I am here to have a visitor. The distinguished Professor A. He is come to ascertain my mental well-being after my prolonged absence from the club. I am not stupid. He is here to spy for them. When they stalked the Kipper, he was often called to pontificate upon lacerations and missing organs. And now he comes to me, to doff and wheedle. And my dear sir, but you must still grieve, and perhaps just a quick look at your engines, the triumph of the age. He knows nothing of loss, nothing of sacrifice. But to refuse? That would simply poke the hornet's nest, invite a swarm of interlopers and thieves. I must entertain this buffoon and submit to his intrusion. Perhaps I should know him perhaps I should show him the trippery. See whether his stomach, so trained by rummaging in the innards of clumsily vivisected whores, is strong enough to stare into the real engines of his golden age. I may even introduce him to Jack, or his sons at least. We have stronger locks on the windows now, and we bring their toys to them. We bring their toys to them? Who's them? Who is they? They is who? Hello? Okay. But I feel like there's like a bunch we haven't looked through. Like, there was also this like atrium. Did we just run away from stuff? I don't understand what's been going on. Oh. Oh. So we like to hunt? Look at all these cool hunting pictures of stuff that me, have caught. The amazing hunter. Look, I caught a hippopotamus, an elk, a bear, a tiger, wowzers, a bunch of hyenas, and maybe a boar, I don't know, an anteater, There's the hippopotamus. Dude, hippos are murderers. Dude, I'm finding like all these secrets. The spider. Butterflies. It's a bush. It's a pig man. I don't like pig man. That's a bird. An osprey? I don't know what that is. The hell is that? Aardvark? Giant anteater. Hip Hop Anonymous. There's got to be an aardvark, right? Aardvark. Aardvark is spelt with 2 A's. Aardvark. A Aardvark. Yeah, I should have left adaptive VSync on. It's all jittery and shit. Clunk-a-clunk-a-clunk. So now we're in the science station? Writing noises. But nobody's writing. Okay. Alright, well, we got a wheel. Sure. I recognize that bird. Wait a minute. That bird wasn't there before. The bird was over there. The bird was absolutely next to that. Magical pigeons. I don't like magical pigeons. Bathroom spy time again. Oh, is there people in there? That door was locked. I couldn't get in there. Why do the beds have cages around them? Why is so much stuff locked? won't go down anymore? I can't go in it? Huh! And huh! I want to put something in there, like a beef. Do we have like a beef or something we can put in there? A box. Why did I turn the vent? That looks like a door. Open. Ouvrir. Open. Levez la main. Raise your hand. Okay. Oh. Well, the door's open now. That's nice.
Hands are bleeding, raw. I scrub and scrub, but the smell will not lift. How can I hold my children with these hands now? How can I kiss them goodnight with lips that have issued such instruction?
Out, damn spot. Out. Old Sally I the... Why did it go away? Old Sally I, the doll's cottager. Oh, she come a snuffling by night round ye door, with her pretty apron right down to the hoof, and her ringlets are fair, and her eyes china blue, like a half-buried hand in the wintry snow. Snow-o? Like a hand in the wintry snow. And she'll beg you for apples through the window ajar. Her face be all hidden, but her eyes shine aflame. And though you'll be tempted, her bosom so fair, she'll snatch you and catch you and eat out your heart-o. She'll catch you and eat out your heart. So look to your manners come the eve of the year, lest Sally comes calling for apples, my dear. And know that some doors ne'er should open wide. Take heed of your father and keep safe inside. Disobedient children make Sally her pies-o and warm Sally's beastly insides. Who's Sally? She sounds like fun. I like warm insides. If something chases me, like, there aren't places to run and hide here. I don't know what we do. Like, come back here? Whoops. What button ducks? X puts that away. And just duck in the corner? And, like, put a chair here? Oh, look at that. The gates moved. Gates moved.
cry all the way home. I will have none. I will have none at all.
And this little piggy went wee, 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 all the way home. Wait, when did those doors open? They weren't open before, were they? I don't feel like these doors were... 'Cause I was like, oh look, it's a door. What sort of magic is this?
It's coming. Come on, Daddy. It's this way.
A curious discovery. Metal ticking as it cools and contracts. This must be the strange machine my new friend told me of. If my children discovered this place, it is entirely conceivable they strayed downwards, delighted in their discovery. Very well, it seems my route is predestined. The descent begins. And after the party, she took my arm and said, "But darling, however did you get from the trophy room to the guest bathroom so quickly? Everyone considers you quite the magician. My darling Lilybeth, my father's house has many rooms, and as for mine, well, it also has its secret chambers." That voice on the telephone, he speaks as if he knows me, and indeed I seem to remember him, like a twin pulled away from the other at birth. I feel we are entwined, though I cannot conceive of how. I am a drowning man grasping for the surface with my own house. Beneath me, I know there are splendid architectures hidden in the dark. If only I can find the entrances. Where once we sat to weep, lilies passing under weapons that cannot slay the angels to retrieve her from heaven. Look beyond the paintings, Oswald, where once you watched her bathe. The children must have discovered those secret places and take refuge there. We used to watch our wife bathe, creepily, but they slept in the attic when they were babes in arms, and perhaps they have hidden there now. I remember I insisted upon it midway between my bedroom and my office. Yeah, we should read the notes and stuff so we at least have some idea of what, I guess, Oswald here is going on about. Well, it looks like this isn't going to have anything to do with the previous Amnesia game. I thought maybe that, like, it'd be a sequel and it would explain some of the stuff that was, you know, not explained. Maybe that's what the little short stories are for. Maybe they fill in some of those gaps. I never read any of the short stories. Oh, it was a door. This is not where I expected the game to lead us. That was strange. I thought we were, like, going into machinery rooms and stuff. It looks like there's a factory, so our house was a butt to a factory. Haha, Serial said a butt. It just means next to. It just means next to.
Come and see, Papa. We found an egg. A stone egg.
Stone egg? That probably wasn't good. Against the rising waters, curled into his cabin, he barely noticed the passing weeks. The swell nearly sunk her, but his fever kept it afloat. In the dark, his song glowing. so often in like mainly literature I've seen it, but games do it sometimes too. There'll be these little passages and quotes and stuff, and I never know what the purpose of those passages and quotes are supposed to be. I always feel like it's like the creator bragging, like, haha, I read. Like, good for you. What does this have to do with what you're writing? Like sometimes in a couple of books I've read, they'll have like a little excerpt of, a passage from, like Ernest Hemingway or or Bob Dylan, like some along the watchtower quote kind of thing. And it's like, I get that, like, maybe you like this quote, but what does it have anything to do with your story? Well, it was a memorable quote, so I wanted it in my book, and like, okay, good. What? Like, what do these little blurb things here at the beginning of the chapters have to do with anything? I don't understand. They also don't make sense. I'm not smart enough to understand. I think I'm just not smart. That's the problem. Me not smart. June 3rd, 1899. I realize now that my fear of dirt stems from the disease I contracted climbing those lost jungle temples. It is as if those clean places so free of humanity's filth imprinted upon my soul and left it fragile to what I find here. Fear is what keeps us all in our places, and the fear of the flesh, the ruin of the flesh, is the greatest of them all. I am sickened, I am ruined, but I will build such machines to contain this plague and heal us all. A new century is upon us. What's the plague that they're talking about? I don't think that the Spanish fever happened until later. Right, that was like the early 19... It was the Spanish plague, the Spanish flu, and then World War One. Like it was just like one right after the other. The pandemic, that was the Spanish flu, and then like World War One started. It's like, oh my god, a bunch of people are dying. Oh my god, even more people are dying.
Come on, slow coach. It's this way.
Slow coach? Oh, another telephone? Man, there's so many phones in this house. How rich is this guy?
The shaking ground you feel is our attempts to clear the flood waters. Treachery, Mandus. We were undone. Your children are trapped by this act. You must find them before it is too late.
What do you need me to do? How can I find them?
Always deeper, Mandus. Through the piston room and into the tunnels. Then find the bilge and flush the rotten water. I will help you where I can. But you must be swift, my little friend.
I like the way the audio sounds kind of distant. Like it's right in front of us, but it sounds far away. I don't know how they did that, but that is a very interesting effect. So, something went awry with whatever the machinery that they have, and something's flooding, and somehow that's causing, like, the earthquakes? I guess it's not really an earthquake, but I don't have a better word to describe it, so... Earthquake? I don't know what that is. Is that looks like one of those things that go on the gramophone, like a reel? Well, it's dark now. Yeah, so whatever went wrong with the machinery is causing, I guess, the foundation, the buildings to shake. There's a lot of machinery here. It's awfully dark. Maybe I can turn it up for you guys. It looks a bit... Can I turn up the game? Because it almost always looks darker for me, but it looks really dark for you guys. Let's see if we can find a way to do this. Where is it? This is game capture? Um No, but there should be, that's not it. There should be a filter. Edit filter. There should be something that does gamma here. I remember finding it before. Which one is it under? Is it under image mask? No, that would not be it. We'll find it. 'Cause it looks way darker. Maybe under color correction? Brightness, contrast. There we go, gamma. I can make it lighter for you guys here. Yeah, oh my god. Let's... Oh, nice. I could do it individually. I was just using the slider. Does that look a bit better? I think that looks a bit better, yeah. That looked really dark for you guys. I haven't had to do that in a while. I've had to do that before. I mean, it looks visible now where it didn't look visible before. That also looks closer to what I have. It looks a lot closer to what I have than it was before. It actually, something, maybe when Streamlabs updated at some point, they made the game capture darker. Because normally it's the opposite. Normally when I do game capture, or any of the captures, it's almost always like super dark for me and brighter for you guys. That looked like impossible to see. Now it looks kind of like what I can see. I can't see much. I can't see much. That's kind of how it should be, right? Thought that was a door. Oh, maybe that was something above. All right, well, this is definitely eerie. This is certainly different than the first Amnesia. In the first Amnesia, you had your lantern, you had oil, you had matches, you had laudanum. You could interact with a lot more. All of that's seemingly gone here. Oh, but you could totally lift that up. The saboteur has been this way. Intriguing. The gates are far too heavy for a man to lift and are instead hoisted aloft by a chain coiled about a tube that appears to be spun by motors connected to these electrical switches. Whilst the fuse is blown, the motor cannot be spun, and the gates will remain an impenetrable barrier to progress. Oh, there was trap too. Was it a trick? That voice on the phone, who seems so close to my own, who seems to know me so well, does he lead me for a nefarious purpose of his own secret devising? But do I have a choice? Even though his motives are unknown to me, I must find my boys. I will follow the machinery down to the very core of the earth if it'll lead me to Edwin and Enoch. That's the fuse right there. Oh, shit. I was gonna run all the way back, and then I saw that one. There was the thing on the floor that I picked up, and I was like, what the hell is that? It's this, right? This is a fuse? I do? Or there's also one in here. There's also more than one. There's a multitude. You should keep your fuses all in the place where fuses are kept. Not like randomly scattered throughout the environment. That's not a great way. Where are the fuses? I don't know. I just randomly threw them places. It's a little bit of a scavenger hunt of sorts. I'll give you a clue. If I want to put my fuses in the fridge, I will. I mean, you don't have to threaten me with putting your adorably cold fuses in the fridge. By all means, do it. If that's what you want. What's up, Bossy Blue? How you doing, homie? What did that do? Getting spooked? Well, not yet. Nothing's really happened so far. Eventually, I assume. I don't know what this does. Alright, but we'll leave it down. We'll leave it down. It's dark. There's that. Are you getting spooked? Just open it. So you played the first Amnesia then? The Dark Descent? This one's already different. Oh ho ho. You played that one? Really cool? It was okay. It was okay.
Bandaged feet and eyes. Small bones in the orchard. I have carried this world on my back with its legs about me. Damn this wretched soul. I am given birth to nothing but machinery.
And 2 boys. Don't forget the children. You don't get scared of games, so you don't play them often unless a good story's behind it. I don't get scared that often either, but Oh, it was raising and lowering, I guess, this? Okay, gotcha. I don't either, but I like playing scary games. I like a good atmosphere. I mean, anyone can be startled, you know? You know, as long as I see so many fucking streamers out there play games, and you know, I'm guilty of it too. It's really easy to remove yourself from the spooky. It's really easy to get yourself out of that frame of mind that I'm gonna be scared. If you sit there and you go, I'm not scared, I'm not scared, I'm not scared, ha ha, ha ha, ha ha, I'm not scared. Games aren't scary. Games aren't scary. Ha ha, see? Stupid games. And you're like running around and laughing at shit. Of course you're not gonna get scared by something. Of course you're not. Of course you're not. But if you get yourself into that right mindset of sitting there and kind of like absorbing yourself into the game, it can do a much better job. Allowing the game's atmosphere to take over you is much better than sitting there and just like joking around and fucking around and stuff. Of course it's not scary. Now, I'm not saying that that's what you're doing or other people do, but I've seen a lot of people do that. And they're like, games aren't scary, they're stupid. Why would games be scary? Right. Because you're not trying to get into the spirit of the game. You're not allowing the game to do what it's setting out to do. It's not that the game isn't scary, it's that you're not getting into the mood of the game. And you kind of lose that, and I noticed this, you kind of lose that when, you know, you're sitting in the light for one. So many people play scary games in the broad daylight. That kind of misses out things. When it's pitch dark outside and you're home alone in your house or your apartment, it's really easy to like lose that. Like when you're by yourself, when you get yourself into that isolation yourself, and you allow yourself to just sink into something, that's when it is. If you're just running around going, games aren't scary, they're fucking stupid, of course not. Of course not. But that has nothing at all to do with the game not being scary. That has everything to do with you convincing yourself that something isn't scary. The only thing that makes you jump are the loud noise jump scares, but that's because you don't... That happens to everyone. Anyone can be startled. Anyone can be startled. But good atmosphere goes a long way. Getting you unsettled, creepy noises, dark atmosphere, it helps. It helps set things up. It helps set things up. And I can appreciate that. I try to like, sometimes I do get a bit goofy and fuck around. For sure. I was doing that in the first Amnesia game. Daddy won't buy me a pony. But you really do need to like absorb yourself in the game, because if you keep telling yourself, you're convincing yourself that the game's not scary, eventually, you know, you're not going to get spooked by anything. You kind of have to get yourself in the mood to feel, you know, spooky and frightened. And yeah, I mean, if you're not in the right mind frame for it, then yeah, games aren't fucking scary. But I think if you allow yourself to be immersed, I mean, I think anyone can, you know, still feel a sense of dread and unease and be more easily startled by things and stuff. I don't get scared by much of anything anymore either, to be perfectly honest. Boycott or petition? What are you talking about, Sean? Oh, you mean McDonald's? I mean, boycott them. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Boycott them. Companies don't care about petitions, so totally boycott. They'll see that impact of your sales. They'll see the impact of your sales. I also feel as though people like to pretend to be tough. I'm trying to save the McRib. things don't scare me, you know. I'm not scared by things. Oh, shit. Oh, the barrels were blocking my way. That was like a little gate. I like tough people. They make me giggle. I don't get scared by things. I mean, I can be startled, but nothing really scares me. I'm kind of immune to being scared. Yeah, all right. Yeah, you're real tough. Just you're like the same person that, you know, like, I have a girlfriend, okay? And she goes to another school. You wouldn't know her. Okay? Uh-huh. 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 And go on. Am I stuck? No. Okay. We have to walk up the side. I do find that, you know, like, movies don't really scare me anymore either. I mean, I'm in the same boat. But I like them. I like playing scary games, and I like trying to get into the mood, and I like trying to, you know, feel spooked out, because while movies don't necessarily scare me anymore, I do find that games can do a decent job of at least getting me tense and nervous, and I appreciate that. You can get creeped out, but you also have seen a lot worse than what some games can show me. It's different, though. Those are totally different things. Like, comparing real life to a game, yes, you've probably seen terrible things in real life. That has nothing to do with the fantasy world. That has absolutely nothing to do with the fantasy world. The idea behind video games is to kind of lose yourself in the fantasy. Not to be like, oh, well, I've seen people get decapitated, so clearly this isn't scary. Those two things have nothing to do with one another. They have absolutely nothing to do with one another. You can be desensitized to things for sure, but you can also put yourself 100% in the mood of something and still be creeped and spooked and terrorized by something. Absolutely. And let's be honest. If you've never had the fear of trying to hide from something hunting you down, how do you know? How do you know? I recall something like that. I recall not being hunted by, like, something trying to kill me, but I recall, like, running from shit and, like, having the shit fucking scared out of me, trying to get away from people trying to beat the ever-living shit out of me, and hiding in places and being like, I hope they don't get me. And those heart palpitations. I mean, like, I can at least empathize in that regard because I've been in that situation, you know? So, you know, it's trying to get yourself into that mindset of playing it. And I think for the most part, when there's a lot of games that can set a good creepy atmosphere. Like right now, nothing's really happened in the game, but I'm a little tense. I'm definitely a little tense. Lots of the creepy noises. I mean, we've seen all this before. Babies crying, like there's no baby around, but we're in a nursery, so a baby's gotta cry. You know, little kids scampering around and whispering and stuff like that. It's dark. There's creepy noises. Random things are moving in the environment. It's nothing new. But I think they're doing a good job of setting the atmosphere. There is an air of unknown happening right now. We're in the dark, so to speak, both metaphorically and physically, you know? We're still trying to, like, piece our things together. As far as we know, we have amnesia. I don't know. We're not filled in on anything. There's a lot of questions I have. I like getting my brain all confused and murked up. Like, what the hell are we doing? What's happening here? We're some sort of, like, mad scientist doing experiments with what I'm assuming is people or animals? Like, I don't know what's happening here, but it sounds, like, grotesque. Like some sort of, like, Frankenstein type thing is happening here. Like, what are all these switches for? Like, I can tell. I like trying to get myself into the mindset. The Phobia style of games are great. There's a really cool underwater horror game that would make anyone a fear of the ocean uneasy. Do you mean like, was that Subnautica? I don't think Subnautica is a horror game, but it's definitely got some like if you have thalassophobia. Shit, man. I've seen videos of where like people are like diving and they swim out and there's like a cliff and off the cliff is just like sheer darkness. Yeah, that would probably freak me the fuck out. Like if you're in the ocean and you're like, oh, I can kind of see things down here, and then there's just a cliff look off, I'd be like, yeah, 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 I mean, I know I'm in the water and I can't fall down there, but I have a pretty bad fear of heights. That'd work. Huh. Well, what was the purpose of coming up here then? Do we unswitch? I guess we go back down. Oh, there was the door over here, that's right. Oh, Soma? Soma's cool. I find that the games like this where you don't have weapons to fight back quickly lose that sense of fear. I've played through a bunch of these like walking simulator horror games, Layers of Fear 1 and 2, Outlast 1 and 2, Amnesia, the ones that came before Amnesia, the Penumbra games, Soma. I'm sure there's been a couple of others that I've played, and at first it's like, oh god, oh god, oh god, and then it kind of just that whole, oh, Observer's a good one. I think Observer might be my favorite out of all of them, because Observer mixes in like that freaky scary shit with like cyberpunk grotesqueness, and it like sci-fi cyberpunk but like super violent, like when things go awry. That one has probably been the best one I've played so far. Plus, it's got Rutger Hauer in it. I like that one a lot. I think it's one of Rutger Hauer's final performances as well. I don't think it's his last one. I think it's one of the last things Rutger Hauer did before he passed away. I could be wrong. I could be very wrong. He could have done like 20 other things afterwards. You know, when it comes to scary movies, The Ring was the one that creeped you out. Girl was a terrific actor. You mean Naomi Watts? Or... Well, that wasn't good. What the hell's happening? I'm gonna read the journal. The one that came out of the TV. Yeah, they did a good job of being creepy. I like The Ring. I haven't seen that in a really long time. I haven't seen The Ring in a really long time, but I really, that was one of the first, I think, remade Japanese movies that I saw. Maybe it was the first one that came to the States, because I think The Grudge was after that. And then I was just like, oh, it's based on a Japanese. Like, there was like there were a bunch of different ones. There was The Grudge, there was The Ring, there was Dark Waters, there was the one with the camera where the girl was like taking pictures of dead people. I guess it was Joshua Jackson who was taking pictures of dead people, but that was another. There was like a string of like adapted Japanese movies, which made me go and watch the Japanese versions that are really good. Was that Pulse? Was that what it was called? No, Shudder. It was called Shudder. Pulse is another one. There's also One Missed Call. There were a string of like really creepy and well done like Japanese horror movies. And a lot of them were adapted into American cinema. And The Ring was probably the best. I like The Grudge too. I think The Ring and The Grudge were probably the best out of all of them. I like Sarah Michelle Gellar. I thought she was fun. I was really thinking that she was turning into a scream queen, and then she just stopped being in horror movies. And I was like, damn it. Scooby-Doo, you ruined it. You ruined it. And Freddie Prinze Jr. That guy too. That handsome devil. Ruined it. Yeah, the ring was really good. Anything that can get under your skin like that does a good job. I like it when movies have that ability to just kind of like creep you out. That's a great way. It's unsettling. Japanese and Korean movies know how to do that way too well. Well, what's interesting is that different cultures have different approaches to horror. So after a while, you become used to what like may have spooked you out when you were a kid in like wherever your country is, you know. You get used to that, and so you see another country's depiction of scary things, and they do stuff completely differently, and that in and of itself is already unsettling. And you're like, wow, this is so fucking weird and strange. I'm curious. I'm more curious how like Japan reacts to like American horror movies. I know how Americans react to Asian horror. How do Asians react to American horror? Is it the same thing? Because I don't have a basis of that. I have no idea. I've never talked to or seen somebody, because I don't know how I would go about finding that, but like I wonder. Someone that has like no prior knowledge of like American horror cinema is sitting down watching it, would it freak them out more than say like their version of Asian horror? Because that's what you grew up on, that's what you're used to, but now here's something different. It's why I like a lot of like Scandinavian horror too. They do a really interesting job. Shit, any country outside of like most English speaking countries, I know how we do horror. I want some of that, like, what the fuck is this weird shit? Give me South American, give me African, give me Asian, give me European. Like everyone, like cultures I have just like no knowledge of, you know? I love finding stuff like that. That's the shit that tends to get me on edge. I like that. Another confounded fuse box. The fellow is thorough in his sabotage, if somewhat repetitive. The stench from these barrels is quite discomforting. I would certainly hope that whatever chemistry this room is designed to store is not a defining feature of the flood that threatens my children. He should know what's in the barrels, though, right? You know, a few Asian movies were banned from our cinemas, but Australia is very sensitive with some of it. Such as what? There was this TV series on Showtime called Masters of Horror, and Takashi Miike did one. I don't remember what his one is, but it deals with abortion, and that one was kind of banned. I guess they showed it once and then never showed it again, kind of thing. What was that called? Train to Busan. That was just the zombie one. Do I have that? I thought I had it on my shelf, but I don't see it. I bought it on DVD. I don't see it. No, it's called Imprint. It was called Imprint. The thing was called Imprint. Imprint. And I think that one was just shown once because it dealt with abortion. It was kind of visceral too. It was creepy as hell. There were a lot of good ones. There were a lot of really good ones in the Masters of Horror. There were also some really terrible ones too. Train to Busan? Really? Why was Train to Busan banned? I mean, it's got some zombies and stuff in there, but there's nothing like. I don't know. What was their rationale for that? Hello. Why'd you close the door? That would have been great. If I, like, opened up the door and there was something on the other side. I also didn't think Train to Busan was as great as everyone else said it was. I thought it was kind of, it was fine. It was fine. Back when it came out, we were having a lot of rating issues when it came to movies and games like Grand Theft Auto. Almost got banned here. Very stringent when it comes to violence, yeah. The path is clear. It seems this chemical processor is merely one part of a much larger complex. No easy route for me, then. I'll follow my fever, the calls of my children, wherever they may lead me, as I move further into this strange empire. August 19th, 1899. Von Reichenbach? Is that an R or a K? I'm gonna go with Reichenbach. Von Reichenbach writes of the Odic force, whilst that ignorant charlatan Blavatsky pontificated upon the soul. They are both cretins. To think one could strive for such great heights without wading first through puke and innard, without standing upon an architecture of bones. Montezuma was the wiser, but here, in our temples of steel, I have witnessed the severed head of a man recently trampled to death by a runaway carriage. Immersed in a solution of the Brennenberg compound, open his eyes and cry, "Oh, where are my legs, sir? Where is my body?" We are breaking through the barriers of death itself. Oh, my dead darling Lily, it is too late for you, but I promise you this. I will save our children from death, and, If need be, I will wrench them back from the blackness with this wonderful concoction. Ah, so they are kind of doing some, like, Frankenstein shit. Funny enough, though, drugs and sex is what gets under our government's skin. Drugs and sex. I don't understand why sex is such a taboo thing in a lot of countries. Like, why is... We could have the most violent shit on TV, but you show an ass or a nipple, and it's like, oh, 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 I gotta complain to everybody. Oh my god, the indecency. Yeah, watching someone's innards get scraped out with, you know, a rusty spoon, perfectly fine. But, oh, forbid them to show a fucking nipple on TV, or a penis, or a vagina. Oh, God. Like, what twisted morals are these? How is something that's completely natural and perfectly fine that leads to procreation and more people on the planet, nudity, which doesn't affect anyone in any way whatsoever, but no, violence is fine. Yeah, violence is fine. Sure. Let it all out. I get why people complain about drugs. Drugs are bad. To an extent. To an extent, and depending on your viewpoint of things, but I understand that one more so than I do, like, the whole violence versus nudity thing. Stuff everyone sees 24/7 instead of the rare brutal violence scenes. Yeah. It's one of those things that kind of, it baffles me a bit. I don't follow that well. No, can you not? There we go. Well, why is that door closed? Makes you want to be in the ratings room, or whoever allows certain things to pass to get an idea of the reason behind it. I mean, I'm sure there's rationale. I'd just be curious what the rationale is, for sure. I'm with you. Huh. Why did that gate close? I thought that's what opened up the gate, was that. I'm guessing we go back. What? Oh, no. We don't necessarily have a problem with a lot of censorship. Oh! I never flicked the switch. I guess I deserve that. Yeah, I'm an idiot. I thought I had flicked the switch.
Follow us, Papa. We know the way.
like we're going this way.
Hold still, for God's sake, hold still, child. Don't let it get into your eyes. I'm gonna rinse it out now. There. It will be fine. You just need to lie down. Enoch, look to your brother. How many times have I told you not to play in the cellar?
Yeah. What? Oh, I think we made our way around. I think those double doors were where that cart was earlier. I like the cellar too. It's quaint.
I told you he'd come.
I mean, I come all the time.
Extraordinary. Quite extraordinary. And you built it all. Good God, man. You have been busy.
It is wonderful how tragedy focuses the mind. What else was I to do? Fall into grief, pine, and fade in my hopelessness? Why not then simply die in that jungle amongst those dead temples?
And that's just the other side of where we fell down, okay? Are we going into a vault like Fallout? Fallout vault? Okay. Flood breach emergency shutdown in place. Are you making sausage? What is it? Not in a million years could you get me to stand above a moving fan while moving switches. Meh. I'd do it. I mean, if that fan is keeping stagnant air out, I'm all about it. Can't stand stagnant air. I like fan. Fan good. I'm a very big fan of fan. Oh. The collar, the neck, the noose, 2 cups of flour, 1 cup of water, a pinch of salt, a handful of mince, a bay leaf, a herb, a skeleton key for the nursery, and a mixing will go together. What? We making like soup? I ate a basil leaf the other day. I went over to my parents' house and my mom was making stew. And every time she ever makes stew, she's always like, I couldn't find a basil leaf, so if you find it, you should, you'll just have to take it out. And I was like, all right, that's fine. So like I grabbed my stew and I wasn't paying attention and I got like a spoonful and I found the bay leaf. And I was like, look, Mom, I found the bay leaf. I always find the bay leaf. She's like, I can't believe it always happens to you. And she was like, okay, give it to me. And I was like, no, I'm eating it. And she's like, don't eat the bay leaf, it's bad for you. And I was like, why is the bay leaf bad for me? And she was like, it could do you harm. And I was like, is it poisonous? And she was like, I don't know. And I was like, well, then why would you put something poisonous in the food we're eating? And she was like, well, it's bad for you. And I was like, just like nodded and ate it. And she was like, no, don't do that. I told you it was bad for you. She got like super concerned. And I was like, there's nothing, why would you put it in the food if you couldn't eat it? And she was like, they're not supposed to be edible. And I was like, well, then why would you put something inedible in the food? And she was like, it's for flavor. And I was like, okay, but is that it? I was like, I ate it. I'm not gonna die. It's not the first time I've eaten a bay leaf either. They're just really tough. And she was like, well, I'm looking it up. So she went through and like looked it up online and I was like, well, is it gonna kill me? And she was like, well, it's a choking hazard. I was like, I think we're past the point of it being a choking hazard. Well, I mean, they do that all the time. Sometimes you put like rinds of fruit into different foods and stuff, and you're not supposed to eat those either. You put in like orange rind and stuff into like stews and shit to give it like a bit of more of a citrus flavor. You're not supposed to eat that stuff either. You can totally eat the rind. It tastes like garbage, but you can absolutely do it. The only reason why you don't eat the bay leaf is because it's really tough. It's totally edible. It's just, yeah, that's not a foreign thing to cooking, to putting in stuff, you know, that you're eventually going to remove later just for flavor. The flakes of gold in Goldschlager? Hey, clearly that's edible. I probably got like 8 pounds of gold inside of me. I love Goldschlager. Give me that shit all day long. I'll drink it. It's not even real gold. I don't care. The factory offices. All the suggestions of a large workforce, yet no actual signs of life. It is every bit as if someone has attempted to carefully create the illusion of a working factory complex. Yet this facade, when examined closely, is clearly just a falsification. But I must put aside my anxieties, quell the unease that pits my stomach, and continue on my path. The bottle's very pretty, is it? It kind of just looks like bottled to me.
I have such visions to share with thee, if my jaw be unshackled and you harvest the crust from my eyes. Make me clean, Mandus, that my thoughts and words can unfouled be.
What? You never know when you need an extra shirt at work. May 1st, 1899. But then, what if they could stand upright and walk as men? What if the brute were harnessed thus? Would they sing? Would they find their own god? I have seen these things, and I will tell you now, no. No, they will not. But they will happily accept fealty to a god thrust upon them, and worship it thus given. In this, I realized they are no different to the masses. They are much the same as us. Once this irrevocable threshold is passed, I understand that we too are shackled and must be set free. To free the man, we cut the man. In order to cross that great evolutionary line, it must first be painted upon the ground. You tend to collect the different bottles when you buy alcohol. Makes you want to get a Crystal Head vodka for the bottle. Not the best vodka, but after a while, it's almost all the same. That's the Dan Aykroyd vodka, right? I've had that. I also got the Mezcal tequila that was in like the painted skull bottle as well. I got those lying around somewhere. They're cool bottles. I agree. The vodka was perfectly fine. The Crystal Skull vodka I thought was fine. Like, I wasn't like, oh my god, this is the worst thing I've ever had. It just tasted like regular vodka to me. Yo, that goose, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? I want to be that goose, let me tell you that. I'm jealous. August 22nd, 1899. In America, they talk of building their cities to the skies. To me, this seems folly, but perhaps it is simply a case of a nation founded without a history of its own. We walk upon our histories. They are compacted into the very loam beneath our feet. The engineers we employed talked to this. They talked of how, when building the underground trains, they would often come across older tunnels crisscrossing the capital. What places lie buried beneath us? We are digging, excavating, and reappropriating. What we find fit the center of the planet, my architecture tells me. At the center of the planet, my architect tells me, there's a great iron ball. It is the egg of the world, a great iron ball. Sort of. It's a drawer full of, like, dentures and glasses, and we're like, oh my god, the teeth, the teeth. I wonder if that's the goose with the golden egg. Probably not. Oh, more bathrooms. I can't flush the toilet? Feels good. All right. October 11th, 1899. We integrate the very latest knowledge of chemistry using low levels of a laudanum derivative in feed to subdue the product even before the initiation of the process. This means that when we drag them from holding pens onto the line, they're less likely to panic and damage machine components, other products, or themselves. This section of the belt is sheathed in rubber and kept well lit to maintain good spirits. And we have actually found that the intelligent placement of gramophones and simple acoustic amplification tubes around the line means we can use the music to further soothe the product. We find Debussy particularly effective in this regard. Debussy's nice. Creepy haunted building, but I would buy it when it goes on sale cheap. Dude. Like, people are like, oh my god, the murder house. 4 people were brutally slaughtered in here. And I'd be like, I mean, as long as it doesn't smell. Like, I'm in. Oh, what do I care? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it sucks that people were murdered. For sure, that's terrible, and it's tragic. You know, but if it's cheap because of that, then, yeah, I'm in. I'm in. Oh, well, a hoarder lived here, and, you know, they liquefied themselves You know, they were dead for 4 weeks. Well, okay, I'll just replace, you know, the floorboards where they died, because that's gross. And then new house for me? Okay, I'm in. I don't give a fuck. Warning, fueling pumps. Volatile chemicals are in use. These materials are highly corrosive. Wear protection. If I get brutally murdered by a ghost, at least then I found out ghosts are real before I die. Exactly. That's the discovery of a lifetime. Oh, man. Well, the moon wasn't there a second ago. I feel like it just turned on. The moon is not a light switch. Oh, I can lean? If you hold right trigger, you can lean. I didn't know that. Oh, okay. The moon would be a really cool light switch. Moon goes on, moon goes off. Dude, I would flick it on and off all the time. I'd flip people the fuck out. Why is the moon flashing? Save our souls! Save our souls! Oh my god, is the moon doing Morse code? Oh my god! Pumping station. It appears to be some kind of fueling station. I have seen automobiles demonstrated at Mr. Yarum and Mr. Simmons' works. But the smell here is all wrong. This is not petroleum. Of that I am sure. Everything suggests to me that this machine must be significant in some way. I don't like dead pigs. Ew! Ew! Ow! Oh no, the child memories are flooding back. They are. They very much are. I don't want those memories. They come back so often. Because everyone's always just like, bacon, bacon, bacon. And I'm like, God damn it. Why does everyone like bacon? Hello? September 28th, 1899. Imagine. They say a machine one day that might think like a man. As if this is to be desired. One might almost boast of creating a man who breathes like a pig. Men and women upon all fours, running carelessly, ejaculating their filthy little missives into the streets, alleyways and gutters running freely with the careless spill of their conjoinings, the air thick with the whimperings of lust, bodies streaked with their own emissions. We have created a world where man is so utterly debased he will spray his seed over passers-by, and yet this is the condition Babbage aspired to. No, this is not the machine we seek. Such an entity should be nothing less than a deity, and we would fall upon our knees and worship it. We shall not carve gods to bicker and fornicate. They will exist to clean the world and set us free. I reject Babbage, as I reject these men of government. Let the pigs copulate in the gutters whilst they can. We shall scoop them up and ease their ascension soon enough. Yeah, it was very graphic. spewing all over the place like a water hose. It's a bit much. Truck fueling station. A truck. You have truck? Huh. Am I gonna get a car? I'm playing with a box. I don't even drive. I drive. I have car. I have a truck though. I never understood the want or need to have a truck if you're not like hauling shit. Like, I had a buddy that bought like a big ass fucking truck, and I was like, and what are you gonna do with your truck? He's like, I don't know, stuff. It'll be good, you know, when we go camping and shit. And I was like, right, but you could just pile that shit on, you know, in your car like you always did. He was like, ah, man, shut up, man, I wanted a truck. And I was like, oh, whatever, man. So you just wanted to spend more money on gas? He's like, it's fuel efficient. And I was like, no truck is fuel efficient. It's fine. It's fine. I don't understand that rationale. Like, you work on a farm or some shit? I got you. Hauling stuff all the time? I got you. You do construction? Makes sense. Yard work? Makes sense. F-150. Well, we don't really live in an area where I would say trucks are, like, super popular. I don't live in, like, the Midwest or something like that. I mean, I live in a relatively, like, there's not a lot of, like, farm and stuff around. I mean, the people that have trucks around here generally are, like, lawn care service people. For the most part. Like, if you go walking through the neighborhood, not many people own trucks. Most people don't have trucks around here, but if you go, like, outside into, like, more rural areas, like, everyone has trucks. City folk tend not to have trucks. Outside of city folk, people tend to have trucks. It's weird. But that's not to say that they don't use them. I think the American dream used to be to, like, own, like, a luxury sedan. You know, a BMW, a Cadillac. Are Cadillacs still popular? You know, a Lexus. A Mercedes-Benz. Trucks are big here just because import-export business is big here. Fair. Strangers not allowed on this works. Inquiries to be made at the lodge. Strangers not allowed on this works? What? There's got to be some, like, British speak. I don't get that, that phrase. On this works? What? Delivery schedule. How in blazes? I mean, I understand what they're saying. Strangers not allowed on this property. Like, you know, no trespassing kind of thing. But on this works? What's a works? Work is a thing you do, not a place that you're on. Oh, I'll just take the works on your sandwich? Okay, that means put everything on it. Like, I'll take a pizza with the works. Okay, throw all the meats on there. But, like, you're not allowed on the works. What works? What's a works? Is that like a facility? How in blazes are we supposed to meet these damn schedules if even the basic equipment we're provided with simply will not perform its designated function? These cursed newfangled trucks will only run a fraction of the distance my old nag managed before running out of stinking gasoline. The gaffer says it's fine and there's plenty of pumps to refill them outside the factory walls, but you end up dragging a blessed tank from the truck to the nearest one to refill it, and the one in the storeroom is empty again. I can't be turning that crank handle all day only to find the tank is empty. Well, sod it, says I. Sod it, says I. Enough for a night. And to my bed I go. It's not like anyone needs access to the bleeding graveyard anyway. Harry, if you get this, I'll meet you in the Damson Templar for a jar. A jar of what?
Come on, Papa. Let's climb this one. I can see more pictures at the top.
A jar of the works. Oh, perfect. It's got an old hand crank. So that's how you used to, like, start engines, is you would crank the engine. So you get out in front of the car, wind it up. It's like a propeller. Whizz. Yep. We'll move the stupid barrels. I don't know what I'm doing. Alright, this goes in the truck. Oh, this is fuel. We need to fill it up. This is like a canister, right? Drink. The fuck was that? A fast getaway. Dear sweet lord, of all that is good and holy, I must make my escape. Grasp this container and its putrid contents and flee this place before that creature, that nearly man, returns. I will head for the church. Surely such an abomination could not follow onto hallowed ground. Yeah. Hey, don't drop it. Pick it up, you dummy. I like its sloshing noises. Oh, that's all I was trying to do? St. Dunstan's Dunstans? Church, I was just trying to move the truck like an inch. That was it? I thought we were like driving it somewhere. I was all excited. St. Dunstan. Who the hell is Dunstan? Dunstan checks in. He's a gorilla.
This way, Papa. Come and see. Will it hatch? Can we take it home?
Yes, my darlings. Of course we can take it home.
What will hatch? What can we take home? A pigeon? This was a symbol in the original Amnesia. That was on like an altar. That might just be like a nod. Ew. He has a really hard time walking over the grave mounds. Okay. Livestock and Bibles. Lily dancing on the table, her eyes aflame. This love burnt into his heart scarred from the heat of this love, of his love dancing. I do like my dancing. Inside St. Dunstan's. We sat here, I remember. We sat in our black and we mourned and we prayed and we bowed our heads. How I hated God then. How I spurned him. If this is our Lord, this pig who robs me of my wife, then I refute his embrace. I will carve a new God for us all. Such madness, such a fool I was. If such blasphemous ravings had remained within me, I would be doomed. But even here, I feel the machine throb beneath the flags, and I know my path awaits me. Beneath the flags? Oh, there was more? I missed them? Wait, my journal? Holy orders? This church is connected to the plant, how odd. However, it does suggest another route into the main part of the facility. Given the locked doors around the fueling station, the truck blocks my way. However, almost as if the saboteur knew that I might consider this alternative entrance. This canister looks as if it may fit the fuel pump I saw earlier. It certainly carries the same fetid, unholy reek. I will not think of that which I saw pass me in its cage. I will not gaze again into that dark machine room. A more immediate task presents itself, an opportunity perhaps to gain access to St. Dunstan's. Okay, now we're here. What's Saint Dunstan, the saint of... November 23rd, 1899. Twin candles bent to the will of the central saint, casting their light to the corners of the chapel. Father Jeremiah, I thought, could be trusted with the secret, but he is like all the others. So the old priest has gone to the holding pens with his flock. He says he will enter into our world with them. A shepherd indeed. You know, if there ever was a place to put an amphora, it's right there. Away with you, foul beast. I don't know what I'm looking for in the drawers, to be perfectly honest. A Bible? Probably not a Bible. Hey, these pig masks are just everywhere. Up. Or... up. It looks like they probably both lead to the same place. Old churches are so cool. Like, beautiful architecture. I might not be religious, but... oh, yeah. In the screaming? I love organ. Dude, we can get drunk on church wine. Father Jeremiah's Journal, October 1st, 1899. They flock to us now, where once I had to walk amongst them, to bring salvation into their lives. Now drawn by warmth in winter, by the food that Mandus distributes, my church is full and my charges are saved. He walks amongst them, and they almost worship him. He will not allow them to work in his factories, claiming that his workforce are specially trained for the new machinery he uses, and that it would be irresponsible, nay, unethical, to risk such precious lives as he sees here. A changed man since Mexico. It is to be praised that in the face of such appalling tragedy and from the confines of his sickbed, as he is often chained to, he conducts one of the greatest and most benevolent charities in all of London. Not content with the rise to become the dominant food produce business in the land, he distributes his goodwill, his fares, to the poor, and they congregate about his kingdom in gratitude. So, we give things to people? A sconce? I mean, they let me pick it up. I guess we're gonna use it for something? Yeah. Walk. Cool, organ stopped. Who was playing it? Is it one of the pig people? Pigs don't have enough fingers to play an organ. Unless they gave the pigs fingers. It's a pig. It's a pig, Mary. Mary's a pig. Are we pigs? Oh, that's all blasphemous and shit. I love it. The Virgin Mary in pig form. I'm all about it. Look at me platforming on all the pews. I've always wanted to do this. We're descendants from pigs, not monkeys. It's true. We're pig people. I've always known that. Can't light it. I always feel that my insatiable willingness to gorge myself is more pig than monkey. This is just lovely. Alright, well, there's a lever there. That's strange to have in a church. I mean, that's a pig dude over a pig. And then they've got machines and stuff. This is so wild and weird. Oh, there we go. Look at that. I knew that we needed this. Sconce! I'm a genius. I have fire? What am I lighting this stuff with? Dude, I have pyrokinesis. This is amazing. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's obviously not, you know, like a flashlight, so it's run on batteries, so yeah, maybe. Oh, but we can't fondle these? Well, that's not fair. I could fondle all the ones over here. Oh, now we can turn on the furnace. Infernal machinery. The engine fires, the flames are stoked. I hear steam in the walls, vibrations upon the very air. My heart falters at the prospect of throwing the lever and exposing the workings of this stark contraption. But my children beckon me on, and I cannot fail them. Can't fondle all the candles? I know, I wanted more candle fondle. Oh. A hellish portal. It appears I have no choice. Thus I descend, and may God have mercy upon my soul. If this is my bedlam, and I am to be cast as Matthews, then I will wear that mantle for the sake of my boys, and face whatever horrors lie beneath the altar. Well, this church seems to... So, the once regular pig is no longer what's real. It's like man pig, right? Because that's like a human with a pig head, and it's standing on top, like it's like denouncing or saying, like, you know, we've conquered this. We are above this now. This is no longer who we are. We are not, like, pig person. South Park got it right. Man, bear, pig is real. Indeed, man, but where's the bear part? Like, I want to see the bear parts. I was promised bear parts. Oh, look, I'm glad I came back over here.
Your faith shackles your vision, Professor. It is an iron coffin that keeps you from grasping the future. We require a new deity, one of steam and the wheel, of magnetism and progress. The old god is nothing more than a lamed hog, spitting back offal at mankind.
I want a bowl full of offal. Oh, don't worry, it's just awful. It's just awful. Awful is gross. I don't want innards just strewn about. You keep your awful to yourself. Oh. 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 We're not going back out that way. That pipe right there reminds me when I went when a couple of my friends, they moved into their first house. They invited me over and they were showing me around. We were going into their basement. And like they both like walked down the stairs and I wasn't paying attention and I was just walking down the stairs and I just went dunk. I was like, my fucking head. Oh my god. And they were like, what? I was like, oh my god, your fucking ceiling attacked me. And they were like, what? Oh yeah, right, you're a freaking giant, you freak. You freaking giant. Because I wasn't paying attention. I guess, I don't know if it was like part of the floor from above or whatever, but the ceiling was like open and then there was like a wall and it dropped down into just like flat ceiling. I don't know why they did that. I guess it's just like where the ceiling started and it extended it into the stairwell. But I watched them both go down and I was like, I can walk through that. Wasn't even paying attention, just went straight ahead and just clang, just slammed my head against the ceiling. But that's what that pipe reminded me of. Like walking through here, I was just like, we're gonna bang our head on that. No, we can fit right under. You're gonna say a bowl full of awful, insert most hated cereal here, but as far as you know, all cereal you have had is tasty. Raisin Bran is gross because it has raisins in it, and raisins are not fit for cereal. Raisins are fit for nothing. No one should eat raisins unless they're chocolate or yogurt covered. Then they're pretty good. Poor pipe design placement. I've been in basements that have low pipes, and I'm just like, oh, I can, like, you know, get out of the way of that. I was just not paying attention to that low ceiling. I watched two normal people go through, and then me being the dumb freak that I am. Silence. Do not startle or upset the acquisitions. They keep this in the basement of the church? Place was built for Oompa Loompas, not giants.
Listen, Papa. Hold the egg to your ear. You can hear the sea.
Eggs are not the ocean. Kids are dumb. I think that they said that this is where they were keeping people. I don't think this was necessarily for the pigs. I think that they were keeping people. Unless it's fish eggs. You should not put fish eggs in your ear. These final thoughts. What exhumation is this? What rotten fruit? What be stitching of parts? I doubt I will ever be found. Did I leave you this? Scrawled in the malodorous half-light, whilst my tormentor shuffles below. My fellow prisoners keen and squeal in the gloam, and where I wait for the knocking upon my cage that signifies it is, finally, my turn to make that dark journey into the interior. I can't afford fish eggs, so they won't go in my ear. Well, anyone can afford fish eggs. It depends on what fish eggs you're trying to get. Is Breckenzie English? I don't know what language that is, but sir, I don't understand it. So there's still people here. That's kind of freaky. They feed them potatoes. But yeah, like that's what roe I think anybody can get. What caviar? Caviar is the expensive shit, and that comes from sturgeons. But anybody can eat roe. Roe is real cheap. Roe is just like regular old fish eggs. It doesn't matter like what fish it comes from. At least I don't think it does. Anybody can buy roe. You don't got to be a sexy billionaire. Even the cheapest caviar is like $50 for like 2 spoonfuls. I've had caviar before, and it tastes like garbage. I don't understand why people are like, oh, it's so it's just because I think it's because it's expensive. People think that it's good stuff because caviar tastes like utter trash. And anyone that tells you otherwise is a fucking liar. They're only saying that because they ate something expensive. It tastes like garbage. It's like chewing wet ocean. It's not good. I wonder if I can get in there. Never tried, but you love seafood. You don't want to pay a heap to try. I mean, you may like it. I wouldn't be surprised if people actually genuinely like it, but it doesn't. It just tastes. It doesn't. It's salty and has a very oceany flavor to it. Because big surprise. That's usually what it is. Sturgeon are freshwater fish, though, I believe. Not, wait, are they? Are sturgeon freshwater? I think sturgeon are freshwater, right? No, not strudgeon, sturgeon. It's a very old fish. One fish, two fish, old fish, blue fish. I'm pretty sure that they're freshwater. Let's find out. It's not saying. Some species inhabit freshwater environments exclusively, while others primarily inhabit marine environments near coastal areas or are known to venture into the open ocean. Okay, so they range from ocean faring to freshwater. Well, there you go. It's a little bit of A, it's a little bit of B. Yeah. But that's where caviar comes from, is sturgeon. I don't know why it's specifically sturgeon, but it is. And so to the stoking. The fog will not lift. The ship is beclaimed. Everyone lies in the half-life, waiting to drown in the dry air. He is the paperweight that ballasts them. That is not exactly what I expected to see. They're interesting. So it was walking on its hind legs, but like hunched over. Do you understand how strong of legs you need to have to be able to do something like that? Like your legs need to be like insane. Your calves have to be your hamstrings and your quadriceps. Those like baby pigs. He didn't skip leg day. No. No. That's all that guy did was leg day. That's all that thing did was leg day. It was leg day every day. Well, but why are we back here? I don't want to be here. Oh, I don't think it's back here. It's just this is similar to where we've been before. There's another fueling pump here. Oh. Piano means it's safe, right? I'm gonna turn on... This game does turn on adaptive as well. It's getting... My computer is definitely good enough to like run this game without issues, but for some reason it's... Amnesia gave my computer issues too, for some reason. Mandis Company Meat Processing Factory, Anno 1828. Anno just means year.
Water in his shoes. Always the water, and the sparks of the embers of the wheels. It's too bony! It's too damn bony!
That's what I told your mom. Anno is Latin. The Mandis Processing Company. My soul shudders at what I have seen. But at last I have reached the main part of the factory. Now onwards, downwards, to find those floodwaters and drain them away. Like Moses, I will cleave the waters and lift my little darlings clear out of its vile cradle. Vile? You say? Oh, I wanted to whirly whirl again. It's the same thing the truck said. Any other pamphlets of news? Fresh air. Ah, my office.
These men, Professor, these so-called men of vision, they would shackle the masses to a wheel and turn it till their backs break. All for that opiate, the lure of profit. These fools who lackey them, these priests, these officials, this government, they make pigs of us all.
But what solution, my dear man? How to break a cycle? You cannot simply remove the promise of a better world for these unfortunates. In the workhouses, in the orphanages, the belief in heaven is surely the only succor one can find.
We do not need to wait. We can bring forth paradise now. We can speed the passion. With only a small sacrifice, we can hold the apocalypse. With just a small sacrifice, we can free our shackles and deliver them to paradise now.
Okay. Well, I'm just on like stage 3. There's so many more levels. Pretty sure I saw something move back there. Pretty sure I saw some scampering. If they're pig people, they probably can't climb. Pigs can't climb. You don't have opposable digits. You just they've got cloven hooves. Oh, the manager's office. I need to speak to the manager. Yes, I'm the manager. No, not you, the other manager. Well, I'm the only manager here today, ma'am. You'll have to speak to me. October 17th, 1899. Each compartment is ergonomically designed with a feed trough at one end, so the product naturally settles into a position ready for the stunning arms to connect to the skull. What? We use the natural static charge built up by the friction of the cards against the belt to build an electrical charge, which is contained within glass vacuum canisters at the sides of the stunning arm mechanisms and delivered along the stun arms via copper cabling. We have observed that the artificial lightning contained within these canisters seems to calm the product further. Post-stunning, the line tilts sharply to the vertical, the physics of which tips the stun product upwards to fall directly onto the hook of the bleeding line. This hook passes normally through the haunch or thigh of the product, and from this point, we dispense with the belt and instead instigate a channeled floor, which creates a funnel allowing blood and byproduct excretions to collect and run to the fluid collection tanks. Ew. Ahoy, hoy.
Hear me, Mantis. I am compromised. Our contacts must be brief and occasional. Beware the wretches who populate this compound. The way you seek is under the pistons. When you meet the saboteur, you will understand everything.
Okay, chap. Good talk, mate. I don't understand what's going on. All right, so this was just optional. That was... lovely sounds. I like the idea that this is like a really old factory, not like something modern. Like kind of just like right into the industrialization era. Electricity's newish. Steam workings and stuff like that. I think that, uh-oh. Very British vibe. Yeah. Yeah. How much coal does it need? Piston control room. Well, it's definitely in London for sure. And they already confirmed that. Got one. I don't see coal anywhere else, so maybe that's all the coal that it needed. We could just close the door. It looks like we got both of them on. Why did I turn them on? I don't know. I mean, if the game lets you do stuff, you do it, right? That's like game code. Code of game code. October 18th, 1899. A series of collecting vents have been installed along the ceiling at this stage of the line. In the process of stunning and bleeding, the product often expels stinking vapors from its digestive system, which can be collected, condensed, and used in the methane boiler to drive the engine as a whole. In this way, the more product is processed, the more power becomes available to the machine, and productivity is actively increased. A simple stroke of genius, but one that encapsulates the benefits of self-regulatory automation. Automatons. That's what I was trying to think of. Like, it sounded like they were making automatons. Not robots, but automatons. That was like 3 hours ago. But nonetheless, that was what I was trying to think of. Automatons. It looks like 4 is going fine, so maybe we need to like fire up 3 or something. There's a 6. A 5 and 6. 3 isn't going, though. You. Got you. And it looked like there was stuff over here. I don't know how much you need. I'm assuming we need like 4 or 5 pieces of coal, right? There's 2 in here. Nice and warm. It's cozy. Warm in me knickers. Want to take a look at me ditties? Stop. Are your furnaces fueled? All right. We'll keep working on the furnaces. Five is going, so I'm assuming 6 isn't. Lily's arms are made of steel. Lily's arms are silent. The pistons are silent. The plant is at rest. I must poke the hornet's nest to open my way, I fear. The scale of these engines suggests a far greater works than is visible from the surface. So my friend must be correct, and the larger part of this plant is underground. We are close to the Thames. No wonder flooding is such a risk. The Thames is the big-ass river that runs through downtown London. Good part of England. Not just London, but it's the biggin'. Is that it? I just need, like, the couple of bits of coal? I thought that there'd be more. Oh, no, there's one there. Fire and steel. The fires are stoked. Assuming the same architect is responsible here as with the chemical plant, I surmise that a centralized control system regulates and operates the pistons. It should be a simple matter of finding it and hoping the saboteur relented after simply extinguishing the fires. Alright, so we got them all going. Maybe the saboteur is the one that's leaving all the masks around? That's a piston. Got it. I need to go that way. That's where the pig people are. Yeah. I mean, why would I want to go back anyways? Going back is dumb. Is this like maybe a hidey hole? Oh. Alright, that's a hidey hole from Pig Lords. Guess we're not going back that way to hide. I, for one, salute our pig lords and masters. So was that like the processing belt that they put the pigs on? All hail, King of the Pig Lords. I accept them. I mean, I am their god after all, right? I made them, so they should... I'm the Pig Lord? Bird brand. Oh, it's like a pigeon. I can't see anything. It's like... I'm just looking for, like, any places I can possibly, like, you know, if need be. The pigman bit me or something. Ow! I have no idea where I'm going. It's dark. Apparently pigs have amazing night vision that I was unaware of. October 21st, 1899. The product moves now into the bleeding. A system of spring-loaded blades are arranged here. Tension is built via a series of springs that run along the bleeding line, using the momentum of the product itself to build up the energy for the action ahead. The blades are released at a point of optimum tension as the product passes them. The combination of the speed of release and the sudden stop against the rubber buffers at the side of the line sets the blade spinning rapidly enough to cut the throat of the product. It is a clean, sympathetic, and efficient process. The product then continues along the line. They always call it the product. And the natural bleeding process is allowed time to occur. The blood collecting in the angled, I thought there was an I in there, angled basin at the foot of the line. Secondary spring blades are positioned at 2 further points along the line. Should the mid-level rubber buffers continue to be manipulated in the form of a semi-bled product thrashing or twitching, these movements automatically form the basis of the spring energy required to send the next bleeding blade into activity. They're like cats. Pigs are just like cats. You hate the BattleNet launcher? It doesn't tell you anywhere that the client is being updated. I've never used anything from Blizzard, so I've never had the opportunity to check that out. When Destiny 2 was on Activision for a while, they were on the BattleNet, but I was playing on my PS4 at the time, so I never had to deal with that. And then eventually when they left Blizzard Activision was when I started playing on PC. I guess that's where we're going. Whee! The descent continues. What did that dark voice instruct me to do? under the pistons into the tunnels and onto the bilge pumps. And if the doors should be locked, I'll have to find another means of descent. I cannot trust him, but my path is set. I shall ignore these noises, that snuffling, those shuffling steps below me. I will brave whatever lurks beneath, and I will save them. You dodged a bullet. The BattleNet launcher is kind of annoying. The downloads are so much slower, too. It seems like they haven't optimized their launcher. Well, it's unfortunate. Not surprising, given the company that makes it, but still. Fair enough. Ever since Activision got on BattleNet, they've been even more laid back and lazy. Yeah, it's a shame. Chemical transportation danger, highly corrosive, highly flammable, and this is where we're going. In the nest of eggs. Threepenny, sixpence, sparrows, and doves. See all the angels a-weeping above. There's no more forgiving, there's no one to save, for today darling Lily goes into her grave. I installed BattleNet because of Destiny 2. No. I wanted to see how Diablo 3 played, and then I saw that you couldn't play Diablo 3 without a controller, and I was like, yeah, I don't want to play that.
Quickly, Mantis, find the entrance nearby. The children weep in the darkness, and the floodwaters continue to rise.
I wonder if all the phones ring at the same time. Like, how does he know I'm here? Does he just sit there and, like, call that phone until someone picks up? It's weird how those food elevators are just big enough for a person, too. How odd. What do they call these? Dumbwaiters? Dumbwaiters are usually pretty big because they don't just... They haul food and stuff. They're not meant for, like, human weight. But they can fit, like... I mean, at least a kid. I don't know about a full-grown... I probably couldn't fit into one, but a lot of the times they're big enough that, you know, like a little kid could fit into them. Because they're not just for food. They're usually for, like, transporting just, like, smaller goods, but goods nonetheless, you know, between multiple floors. They're kind of cool. July 15th, 1899. In order to facilitate, but then this facility is meant for, like, larger things, so maybe, like, if they need to get, like, machinery and stuff from floor to floor that can fit in there, that's what they would use. Maybe? I don't know. There could be, like, a rationale explanation for, like, why that one's, like, bigger than something you would find in, say, like, a house. It's an easier way to move, like, at least smaller machinery parts. Or just giant-ass pigs, that too. In order to facilitate assimilation of tissue groups, a compound is required, or the cells will not bond. Disposal of non-bonded subjects must be immediate in using incineration, or we risk continuous animation without form. This is unpleasant. So they're bonding human flesh to pig flesh. The reason why pigs are experimented on often enough, especially with like disease and stuff like that, is because we share enough of a similar genetic code that it's not identical, but it's close enough that, you know, things can safely be tested on a pig and then moved over into human, and you'll have relatively similar effects with one another. So maybe that's like the thought process here, is that since the genetic code is close enough, they can try to like brute force human and pig parts to work together. That's why they're saying a compound is required or their cells will not bond, kind of thing. A simple compound of 1 part Brennenberg's infusion vitae to 1 part Orgione monad disparal fluid is sufficient. This can then be administered intravenously to subjects following reassembly to maintain bonding. I mean, that's clearly not how science works, but the compound is unstable and highly light reactive. Once in the body, the Schumann lamp can be used to activate the compound, but outside the body is highly corrosive. It can even destroy small quantities of metal. Maybe pigs like lipstick activists don't know. Pigs like to be pretty. I saw Miss Piggy. Release the ham! The bacon is loose! The bacon is loose! So this is what they're using, is this here? So they put they get the subject ready and then they put them into the chair and then light them up. Bunsen burners. I want a Bunsen burner. Maintenance access. There's clearly another passage beyond the locked gates. It seems I have a choice of approach. The padlock is old but firm, and after that fall, I cannot summon the strength to break it open. Perhaps I can find another way. Wait, it said there was something else there. Sabotage. Bruised and battered but alive, I've survived the saboteur's best efforts. He and I are now locked in an epic struggle, but I am driven to find my family, and I will prevail. Ignore the madness about me, but not consider what cruel and unspeakable acts have been committed here. Find the way to the bilge, drain the flood for your children. How do we know that we're not the saboteur? Right? We could totally be the saboteur. This is why you don't like the dentist? Why? Because of chairs? I love chairs. If I can sit down, they can do whatever the fuck they want to me. Like, stab at your mouth for 2 hours? I mean, do I get to sit down? Yes? Okay. Does it hurt? Oh, you bet. You bet it hurts. But do I get to be seated? You know it. All right. Sounds like a fair trade to me. Dude, if I can be wide awake while a doctor rips a toenail off of my body. Like, completely removes it with the gnarliest pair of scissors I've ever seen in my entire life. I don't give a shit about the dentist. I don't give a shit about the dentist. The dentist pales in comparison to that, so. Your fair trades are clearly different to yours. Yeah. I'm not saying I have a high tolerance to pain. I do not. I do not. I whine like a little baby, but I mean, one, if it means I get to keep my teeth in my head, that's a pretty good one. And two, the dentist isn't that bad compared to other options. You know, brush your teeth, floss, maybe sometimes use some mouthwash. You're gonna be sitting pretty. Though some people tend to have, like, really weak teeth, but if eventually you get all your teeth capped, then you never have to worry about cavities. You had plastic surgery while awake. Still, the dentist to you is worse than that? Psh. Yeah, people have strange priorities. The dentist? Shit, man. The dentist will put you to sleep. If you have that much anxiety, they have the ability to, like, just knock you out while they do a cleaning. I had a friend who was very nervous. He hated going to the dentist, like, terrified of going to the dentist. They'd just knock him out. They're like, okay. I mean, you're at least coming here to get your tooth. I'm not going that way. Fuck that. Well, in the US, most dentists, it's separate insurance for whatever reason. And if you holding pens, low temperature storage, interesting. If you work with the dentist, they'll usually, like, find ways to work with you so that you can pay for whatever dental needs that you need done. Most dental offices will. They'll find a way to, like, make sure that you can get it done and in an affordable way. I'm not saying they do the shit for free, but I'm saying they do help out, which is nice. Now, yeah, that shit is optional. Like, having to, like, be knocked out, that certainly does cost money, so. Silence. Do not startle or upset the acquisitions. These people. I don't know what we're trying to do right now. We're trying to find, like, a way through, but I'll throw you some potatoes. Why is there a teddy bear here? Why are there teddy bears everywhere? So weird. We don't have private health care, sadly. You don't need private health care. That was my point. Some people don't have dental health care, and they have to go to the dentist anyways. Like I said, Australia is obviously very different from the US. Most dentists will find, at least in the US, I mean, you have to talk to them, but if you're like, hey, I don't have dental insurance. How can we work something out? Usually they'll find a way to work something out with you. Usually. Like I said, but like the optional shit of like using like laughing gas and stuff like that, I don't know. My point was just that like my buddy, you know, flipped out, so they just completely knocked him out. And I was like, that's a good option. It's a good option. I like that. I want that. No, I don't care. August 20th, 1899. Took delivery of another batch of imbeciles today. They are the sorriest specimens of humanity I have ever seen. No one asks where they go to. The authorities of Bedlam are simply happy to reduce the overcrowding in their teeming, stinking halls. We measure their skulls, check their teeth. We give them laudanum to pacify them. They wait in line, livestock. Dull brown eyes and filthy skin. Many soil themselves as they wait. Into the manipulator they file in silence. I hear the hissing of gas. I hear the dull groaning as teeth are removed, as bones are reset. I hear the pigs screaming. We have removed all the mirrors. After the process, it is their reflections that trouble them the most. Afterwards, when they sleep, I walked amongst them, my children. I whispered to their dreams. You are my children now. I have children once again. And your forms, imperfect, will be the engines to make my own blood flow again. I think the implication here is that his children are dead, maybe due to his, like, neglect as a parent.
Over there. Place it in the corner. What? You think I speak Prussian? Do I look like an inbred hog, sir? Who gives a damn what it contains? Just set it down carefully and leave me be.
I don't speak Prussian either. I'm trying to run! Why was it locked before? I can't see anything. Where did it go?
The lift has been sabotaged. You will have to find another way to the tunnels. Take care in this place, Mandus. It is the crucible of the evil that stalks these corridors.
What's up, KO Gortrout? How you doing, homie? Happy Monday! It smashed me in the face and then it disappeared. How rude. Facility access pig line, opiate dispensation, gag throttle, bilge pumps, disposal tubes, engine rooms, boiler, Orgian towers. Is there an I there? Oregon? Oregon? It's just the G. The G has a little loop. Oregon. Mega latency. Mega sad. Alright, I guess we had the choice of going into, like, the cold rooms or this way? This door is probably locked then, right? Yep. How much piss is in this game? I mean, I've peed a couple of times. Does that count? I guess that's where we are now. That's solid. Yeah, it's something. What's this? It's a pneumatic tube. No, I want to shove more stuff in the pneumatic tube. Let me cram. That's solid, or rather liquid. There's been solid. There's been solid. It's not just been liquid. There's been some solid, too. They're Frankensteined pig people. And children. Fortunately. Don't get... Are the freaking teddy bears everywhere? August 4th, 1898. We went back in time. More experiments with Compound X. Took the dog and injected it with strychnine. Oh my god. I do not like the text, not the text, the font. 1898 was a good year. How do you know? What was good about it? Took the dog and injected it with strychnine. After the expected convulsions and spasming, it died just after midnight. I immersed the body in a large tank of Compound X and introduced an alternating current via induction coil for a period of 3.5 minutes. Partial return was induced. However, damage incurred prior to death was retained upon revival, meaning the dog continued in the acute state of strychnine poisoning until I put a bullet in its skull. But drowning? Perhaps yes. It is, after all, known to be the kindest of suicides. If one were to drown, replacing the fluid in the lungs with Compound X should theoretically be perfectly possible as a revival method. What stopped? I'm confused. What stopped the steam coming down? Hey, look, I got a thing. I don't get it. I do get it. Can I go get more? We found out Compound X was a strong contender for resurrection. For erection. Erection. I understand. Okay. So we're trying to get whatever like batteries and stuff are into that. Okay. So now we get to go to low temperature storage. That is a good year then. That is a good year. Revival. A warning. Inflamed, it is. Burning, it does. Bleeding from each hole, fore and aft. Leaking down my legs. Blood and excrement. My lungs are in my vomit. I pass clots of my organs now onto the filthy stone. Drink this, he says. And I did drink it. I did do that. Because of the changes. They ripple inner me. My teeth sneeze out and scatter like mice in the dark. I cannot find them all. Gathered what I can. Push them back into my gray gums with my fingers, but the nails are all weepy and falling out. Drink it, he says. It'll help the running of the fever, because not us all can take the change. On the other table, a beast under a blanket. I never wanted to see under that. But we drank it too. He passed it under the blanket, and I heard it drink. Dear God Almighty, how can a man shit so much blood and still live? Ew. I've had a dream a couple of times where it's my lower teeth. My lower teeth. Like one of the teeth are loose. I can like move it back and forth, and sometimes it'll come out, and I'm like, no, 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 and I like push it back in, and I'm like, there, now it's good. And as long as I don't think about it, it won't fall out of my head. Ah. Wasn't there a door over here? I'm gonna bring this one with me. Always had bad teeth, so anything to do with them is a nightmare to you. I've never had a cavity in my life. I probably have one now. I've never had one. I haven't been to the dentist since COVID started, and I mean, none of my teeth hurt. I don't feel like I have a cavity, but I feel like I have a cavity, if you know what I mean. What? My canister. I find. Oh, that sucked. But I'm a genius. What? One, two.
It fell onto his hands and they eroded in front of me. To stumps. To stumps. Next time we will use an equal mix of infusion vitae and orgone disperser. No, no, just take him out. You can dump him in the river for all I care.
Well, where'd the other one go? Aha. There we go. Well, why'd they stack on top of one another? Am I doing science? Oh! Ding. A heady brew. I have the compound. It hisses and steams in its container like some living thing. A witch's jelly to burn and corrode. The container is made from glass. A strange choice, unless there is some particular reason why the metal that pervades everywhere else cannot be brought into contact with this so-called Compound X. I should investigate further for clues. Oh wait, what? It's some form of bizarre mixing device for chemical compounds, and it positively reeks of the foul fluids I have seen too often before. It's clearly a compound, some volatile bastard of two composite ingredients. I should wager I would find them close by. Oh, there wasn't supposed to be another one here. This one was just supposed to be the the end result. That's what that's supposed to be. Oh, so we just needed the two compounds, then they created Compound X. I got it. Thought we needed a third one, that's why there was a third thing there. Throw it at the door! What? Oh. And then we take this and point it at it? Neat. Well, that was cool. That was definitely cool. Don't use that compound as sunscreen. Who knows? It'll give you a real mean tan.
Down here, Daddy. Faster, faster.
Some of us like to look like, you know, old leather catcher's mitts. Thank you. Okie dokie. This leaking world. All these nails and no wood. What kind of carpenter are you? That figure cannot help but opens its arms to you. Where is the strength in that? Oh, Pinocchio? We do like falling. That's kind of like our groove right now. Oh, gross. October 22nd, 1899. Naturally, once bled, the product must be scalded, dehaired, and scraped, ready for gambroling and evisceration. For this, we pass them through the steam reservoir, which is kept at a constant temperature by passing excess high pressure venting from the engines via the boiler in series of large copper pipes into a stone chamber just below the workhouse. At the center of the machine, there is a component that must be kept at a consistently low temperature, which controls operations of the processing of the product throughout the system. Alongside this, refrigeration is of the utmost importance in retaining product quality, and this also requires heat to be removed from certain areas of the machine. Two problems are therefore combined into a single solution: the removal of heat from some areas and the requirements for increased heat in others. Conducting panels draw heat using the principles of convection regulated by the boiler and sending freezing air along one set of pipes in one direction and superheated vapors in another. Sounds like an air conditioning unit.
Isn't it dangerous allowing this filthy discharge to collect so close to the core?
We can use the flow to drive the turbines. There will always be a torrent of excreta flooding through these tunnels. We can use this to supplement the steam production and ensure constancy.
Dear God, the stench! This fecal matter is the true product of the age.
The flooded tunnels. My mysterious friend is correct. The sewers are indeed flooded. To descend further, I'll have to find the local sluice pumps to drop the water levels. The smell is almost unbearable. It makes me gag. Why should the saboteur have flooded the tunnels, though? What did he hope to achieve? I'm pretty sure the saboteur is us. I don't know what that is, and I'm gonna go out on a limb and say I don't want to know what that was. Sluice Gate 1. Alright, so I guess we gotta open this before we can progress. Yeah, there's 100%. So in the first Amnesia game, there were definitely invisible enemies. Without question. But they didn't come out of the water. They stayed in the water. So that's not really a problem as long as I don't go into the water, which I think that right there, it's actually kind of clever. That's saying, hey, there's something in the water you need to watch out for. It's a clever way of introducing an enemy. Also, there's something invisible, right? And they seem electrical. It looks like there is a thing we probably need to turn over there. August 1st, 1899. Several of the older forms have breached their containment area and escaped into the sewers. They remind me of my limitations. This is no Kelm, and I am no Eliyahu. At least, not quite yet. It is the heat generated from keeping the doorway between open that is to blame. We cannot simply pack them about with coolant as we do at the center where the doorway is. The later versions are kept safe by the freezing temperature of those towers. Up here, where the air is hot and fetid, they become overheated, and their duality tears them asunder. As the other place flies from their cells and their vitae splinters, they live sporadically, torn from one world to the other and back again in violent, unpredictable bursts. For a few seconds, they are creatures of this world. Then, they are torn away and cease to have physical form. This vicious ripping back and forth between worlds has driven them quite insane. I have ordered the affected areas sealed and will not allow my loyal workers to enter. These are damned places now, the abode of failed experiments, ghosts of fear, spite. So now I'm here? I was all the way up there, but now we're there? Flood breach, emergency shutdown, in place. Oh, there's like a phone thing here, but no phone call. I opened you. You owe me. Sluice 1.
Faster, Mandus. Drain the waters. Open the way to the bilge pumps. We are waiting for you.
Look, bro, I'm doing my best, okay, Phony McPhonerson? So demanding. Yeah, I don't think I can do anything down there right now. I think we have to go back to Sluice Gate 1. I don't know where I am. Lots of lovely noises, gurgling and all that.
But we can save them. We can set them free. We can replace a rotten old world with a clean new one. Mr. Landis, you sound every bit the fanatic.
Well, how can I be otherwise, Professor? How can any man of ethics simply stand by and watch this world drown in its own excrement?
And your engineer, this visionary with whom you have embarked upon this course, does he share your views?
Indeed he does. Indeed he does. The poor fellow has seen it all before. Now, this is not the first great civilization he has wept for.
And so you set about things immediately upon your return?
Naturally. These things cannot be left to rot upon the tree, and sponsors were remarkably easy to find. I tell you, Professor, a trail of greed brings rich men to your door like pigs to truffles.
In some way, it's like similar to what happened in Amnesia: The Dark Descent, where they went on a voyage to like an ancient culture. The first game they went to Africa. This one he went to like South America, and they came back and they started like doing like wild experiments and trying to figure out shit. I mean, one guy was like tormented by whatever floaty magical ball thing that like sent out evil entities after him, but both got involved in like experiments and stuff. His was to remove whatever curse he had in the first game, and this one's a bit different in that regard. That didn't sound good. Well, what was... Alright, so we have two options. There's this. There's this. No, we have one option. Okay. February 17th, 1899. And I said, "Look, my darlings, can you see it?" And they said, "Yes, Daddy, yes, we see it. A tall, weathered cap of a steep-sided pyramid, so like those of Egypt, stone falling away from the summit, vines crawling about intertwining the stucco serpents that thrive about the steps, a palpable sense of stillness, a weight of forgotten. And this here, this is where the king sat, and this is where the priests live. This house, this is the house of the dead, and here, where the sun strikes, this is where they threw the hearts that were not consumed. No, my darling, they most certainly were not savages. You see, they believed that the sky could fall on their heads, and they truly believed that offering blood was the only way of stopping this from happening. Perhaps, my darling, perhaps they were mistaken altogether, or perhaps their tragedy was they could simply not spill blood enough to prevent the sky from falling in upon them." Skyfall. James Bond. Must be real. What's down this way? Oh, this is the other side where we saw the pig walk out. Maybe when the pigs go into the water, they become invisible? Mandis Post-Diluvian. That's done it. Now I can enter the strange decontamination chamber once again and move onwards. The waters are pushed back, making the way to the bilge clear, where I can divert the remainder of this filth torrent back into the Thames where it belongs and clear the path to the center of the machine.
That's it, Papa. You're so near now.
Cool beans. Yeah, we wouldn't have been able to... I didn't realize that that's how we got into here. I thought before I tried to walk down there and we got accosted by the creature. So we had to... Got it. That's cool. That is not at all what I expected. Can you not turn it? Oh, do I have to turn it on? No, I thought I had to... Oh, we do this. Great. Then we turn it. And we do this. I like how we just got like big steamed and now we're like decontaminated from walking through that sewer filth. Yeah, I don't think so. I think we're still covered in sewer filth. So supposedly they said that they used the music to calm down the creatures. A nest of wretches. Dear God, a whole nest of these foul creatures. No mind my instincts have drawn me thus far, and I'm sure somewhere in this dank complex is a means of further descent. I will not see their faces as they go about the dark business, and yet I watch them sleep and eat and play, and they are so very human, so very childlike. And I will not think of what I have seen, of the chairs and the cages, and I will not think of how such monsters may be sculpted. There were two of them there. Oh shit, look, they've got like a dinner table. The hell are they eating? Alright, that's upsetting. Like, what are they doing here? This is just where they live? He called it a nest. They made a feast just for you? No, I'm pretty sure it's for them. Pretty sure it's not for me. Is he like working out or something? No, he's like digging? Hello? It is me. Your god? He's like playing with rocks or something. Good on you. That one was like, go away, Mom, I'm masturbating. Oh, he's like stacking blocks. He was like stacking blocks. I don't know what that one's always got its back to me. They're like prison cells. They have cages within cages. That seems a bit excessive, right? This seems kind of fucked up. Like, why are some free and then some are, like, locked up? I feel bad for them. Free them all? Yeah, I will. London likes pig people. This is so weird, too. I mean, look at how... So, they put the pig head on the human body. So basically, they chopped off, like, the head and the arms and the legs of human bodies. Then, like, attached, like, pig limbs. Because they don't have... It doesn't look like they have hands. It looks like they just have hooves, right? They at least have hoof feet and pig heads and all that. So they're... It's a really yucky. Disposal tubes, emergency access only. I gotta use the bathroom real quick. Enjoy the beautiful music being played and the pig noises, and I'll be right back. Yeah, I mean, like, what if we invited the piggies to the dance party and we just had a beautiful dance party? Huh. Okay. Yeah, they got great music. Yeah, no way I get lost in here. Gives you Hitman vibes? I am not feeling... Ow! Any sort of Hitman from this, I'll be honest. When I think Hitman, I don't think, you know, Pigman. Ow! I couldn't see it, I didn't know where I was. Very unsettling. Yeah, I don't think we're going back up. From tide to spine. And who is that third, that shadow, that spirit child in the background? That barely formed, that changeling, that almost lived, that never missed. Oh, the music gives you Hitman vibes. Fair enough.
You seem to have undergone quite a profound conversion in Mexico, Mr. Manuel.
You could not have seen it yourself and not, Professor. As we disembarked, even through my fever, I saw the detritus of this so-called progress. I saw starvation and disease, rot and destruction polluting the waters of the Empire. We are ruiners, you and I, and all of us, and we make the world unclean.
And you took it upon yourself to act as Redeemer.
Professor, I would not be so presumptuous. I am merely a conduit. I am constructing an architecture to wrestle our damnation to the ground and smother it with steam.
Steam! Bilge pump maintenance access. Okay, well, we're finally here. I don't think once we get to the bilge pump that we're, like, done. But, or at least here.
He's here! He's here!
Papa has come! Don't worry, children. Are my children pigs?
I said you'd come.
The pump rooms. These must be the bilge pumps. I'm at the heart of the saboteur's efforts. In order to keep his flood in place, he must have disabled these vast pumps. But he was clearly rushed. Thus far, he has left most of his work incomplete. His clumsy efforts reduced to simply switching off all he could find. If I can locate the controls, the remedy will be simple. Nice. And the creepy electrical... Well, I don't think they can get out of the water, so... Aha! That's probably the stuff we need right there, right? That's why he was in a hurry, because there were these, you know, monstrosities everywhere. Understandable.
Ahead, the trickle to still waters. I dragged myself deeper into the temple, downward ever, towards a wind that held the voices of my children, beckoning me to set them free.
Looks like there's a pig person down there. Okay. We still have walkway. We've seen this symbol a couple of times. What does this say? Manda's Processing Company. That's what it says, and then there's whatever this symbol is. What? I was on a ladder. Was there something spooky that happened there? Bro, I was laddering. Can't try to Ladders spook me. I mean, you can. Auxiliary pump controls. You always need a backup, right? Oh, maybe this is a great place to hide from pig monsters. I just wanted to see if there was anything out there. There's not, so what are we doing here? Oh, that's not a lever. Okay. I don't know what I did. And we turned on some electricity, right? Oh, this seems a little too advanced for 1899. What do I know? Had to start somewhere, right? Okay. Maybe we don't go in there? Valves and pipes. Another pump. It seems once again I must engage it. I cannot help but feel I'm trapped in some great game, forced to undertake endless Herculean labors for the promised reward of my darling children. I don't know if that's really what we're doing this for. I feel like his kids are already dead. Like, why else would he be seeing these, like, ghostly mirages of them? Visions? Oh god. Oh god. Yay, I guess. That was bad. I'm gonna say that that was possibly another way out of the sewers underground. Like, you could have run out that way. I don't think I want to go down into that. Maybe we do, but... I'm gonna say I probably don't. Feel like we didn't go through any of this, though. Like, this midsection. We went from up here to down here. We didn't get to see any sausage. And I'm not really complaining. Oh, I don't like sausage? I'm just saying. Oh. Okay. Any more gears? Nope. I thought that was gonna open up. Main pump. Gotcha. Maybe we do. Maybe we go this way now. Ow. Stop dropping it? What would I throw it at? What? So... I don't get that. Finding the children. The flood is drained. I have prevailed. The saboteur is beaten. My heart pounds with excitement, even as my head spins and shudders in feverish anticipation. How this machine now throbs about me, sensing its rebirth is imminent. The final descent beckons me to enter, as Lily once lay on our wedding bed and summoned me into manhood. He's comparing saving his children to sex? That's creepy. That doesn't seem right. Like, what? I have a throbbing erection ready to save my children. What? Wait, I guess we don't go that way? Oh, another one of these. Another one of these rooms. Decontamination chamber? Yeah, I guess we were stomping through some nasty sewerage. Ding! So strange. I really don't understand the decontamination chambers. I know what they are, but I just don't understand why. The children dancing, the stairs are steep, the sun beating on his neck. As he pulls them up, veins pop on his forearms, but he cannot deviate. He is a man driven by love. Only love. Construction on something like this had to take years and years, right? This isn't something that, like, you create overnight. This is massive. Like, and it's so deep, too. Like, you hired people to, like, create this. March 15th, 1899. Curled into my bunk, all sick and sweat-ridden. They cleaned my room about me. But I can only hear the voice from within the gentlest of stones. It sings to me, and I dream of a great machine. We will build a new world from the ruins of the old. We will plant flowers in the rotten rib cage, let them grow to hold the sky from falling. I remember how it whispered to me as we rolled sick and heaving. And I remember when we pulled into Southampton and we both wept. For it was every bit as much a desecration as had been sung to me. Then we came to London, and I set it upon the mantelpiece, and went into the house and gathered the servants, and set on recrafting them. And then I went into the garden, and buried those tiny shattered skulls under the weeping bulges of the rhododendrons. Tiny shattered skulls. No, I don't believe that that's available on any streaming services yet. Is it? I thought it was just in the theaters. I've watched this year, All Hallows Eve, which is where the Terrifier came from, Art the Clown, I believe. And then I watched All Hallows Eve 2, that did not have Art the Clown. And then I watched The Terrifier, and that did have Art the Clown. I like The Terrifier. It was an interesting slasher. You know, it's got this, like, over-the-top gore with a bit of, like, dark humor to it. It's interesting. It's interesting. I don't know anything about the second one, but I'd like to watch it. I mean, enough. I enjoyed the others enough that I'm intrigued. They were definitely low budget productions, but sometimes you get gems out of that, and at least it's a clever idea. The All Hallows Eve stuff had some really weird shit in it, and I appreciate weird horror. Like, I don't quite understand all that's happening, but it makes me feel odd, and I like that. But no, I've not seen 2 yet. I don't think if it is available, where is it available? Because I would like to see it. Is it on, like, Shudder or something like that? I had Shudder for a little while, but I only had it for like a month. So I watched, I think it was Mad God. I think that's what I watched on Shudder. No, yesterday I watched 3 horror movies. I watched A Field in England, which I don't know if you'd call that horror. It was more like art house stuff. Yeah, I don't do that. If it's available on, like, a streaming service that I can get it at, like a legal one, I'll watch it there. I watched the original House on Haunted Hill with Vincent Price. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. I have a Vincent Price collection. I actually have 2. It's got about like 10 different Vincent Price movies, and I haven't seen many of his. I know I've seen The Pit and the Pendulum. I think that was the first one I ever saw with Vincent Price. And the Witchfinder General. Maybe those are the only two that I've seen. I may have seen The Raven, and I may have seen The Fall of House of Usher. Those I'm not sure on. Those are big ones, and I don't know that I've watched them. But I don't know that I ever, and if I did, it was a probably when I was like a kid. But I liked the original The House on Haunted Hill. It's an interesting movie. I really enjoyed that. That was cool. I didn't realize Vincent Price was 6'4". Like, I saw he was standing around everyone, and I was like, he towers over everyone. How fucking tall is he? Him and Christopher Lee, man. Freaking giants. Freaking giants. So I plan when we're done streaming today, if I have some free time, I'm gonna watch another Vincent Price movie. I think I'm gonna watch either The Fall of the House of Usher or The Pit and the Pendulum. I'm excited to watch those. Some classic ones. When I was younger, I hated black and white movies with a passion, so I wouldn't watch them if they were black and white. Like, I refused to. And then I got older and I was like, man, I was a dumbass kid. And so there's a ton of stuff that I never got to watch, like the classic like Hammer and Universal horror movies. I think the only one that I had ever really watched was like The Creature from the Black Lagoon. I think that was the only one that I ever watched when I was a kid. I may have seen, like, The Wolfman and Dracula and Frankenstein when I was a kid. I may have, because my parents had AMC when I was a kid, and they loved watching, like, the classic stuff. So it's possible, because AMC used to play, you know, like, the Abbott and Costello, the Hammer, the Universal movies. If it was old, they usually had their hands on them, so... And Vincent Price stuff. But I didn't watch a lot of that, because it was in black and white. So I'm like kind of going through slowly and like watching some of those like old black and white horror movies that I never really had a chance to watch. And some of them are definitely better than others. Like Alan Quatermain. Like a couple of those like weird ones, like the Invasion of the Body Snatchers. The original The Fly. But no, I have not yet seen the Terrifier 2. I don't know what kind of like big horror movie I want to watch this year. I gotta have something for at least Sunday, you know, that I can watch. I'm not sure. There's almost always like keep one or two horror movies that I'm like super excited about watching for like the big, you know, like grand finale of Halloween. And I don't have anything this year. I probably should have waited on Halloween, but I was too excited to watch that. Oh, Barbarian. I'm gonna watch Barbarian. That comes out on HBO, I think on like Thursday or Friday this week. I'm gonna watch Barbarian. I've heard a lot of good things about that. I need to remember that. Barbarian's coming out. And I heard a lot of people enjoyed that. So maybe I'll check that one out. The Heart of the Machine. And when they first said daddy, my heart was molten, as if blood frozen upon the ground were held to the sun to thaw and slup. And they were inseparable, always together, one soul in two bodies. And my love was all-consuming. I would die for you, I whispered to their sleeping faces. I would kill. I would set this world to ruin to protect you. I have fought through dark tunnels, great engines, the foulest of beasts. I have set my covenant and drained this flood. And I am come for you now, my darling boys. I don't know what we're going to find down here. I'm really curious. There's another guy down here, maybe, like the guy that we worked with. I think they called him the architect, and our kids, supposedly. I don't think our kids are alive. I think they died before all this. But I guess the idea is that we have amnesia and we don't remember what happened. Stop. No unauthorized persons to enter this facility by order of the management. I'm the management.
And we came then to London, and you set me upon a mantelpiece, and then you went into the house and gathered the servants, and we set you and I on recrafting them. into the garden and buried those tiny shattered skulls alone.
I feel as though something happened to his kids already. But also, how you doing, Don? Welcome on in. Happy Monday. Hope you're doing well today.
Children, Mandus, to spare them the world you have created for us all.
It looked like the path diverged there. There was like a left side and a right side. I've never heard of that. What is that? The girl with all the gifts. I like the name. Zombie movie? You have me intrigued.
Oh, dear God. Dear Christ, what is this place?
I don't know. There's a whole lot of tubes and shit around. Zombie movie. Well, I like zombie movies. Rod control room? It's kind of like 28 Days Later. I'm sold. Tell me no more. I'll make sure I'll check that out. What's, is it on any streaming services or not? And I'm sure I'll be able to find a way to it. Is it new? Is it old?
I tried. I tried so hard. I will uphold my promise. I will always protect them for you. My eyes are your eyes. My heart is your heart. I will rip them loose from this rotten world and set them to burn, all to save them.
Huh. 2016? Yeah, so maybe it is on something. And nothing works. We gotta go to that rod room, I guess. I've been watching a lot of stuff on Tubi. Tubi has an obscene amount of horror movies on there. Some stuff that they did. Last week I watched the remake of Terror Train. Don't watch that. It's like if Hallmark made a horror movie. Tubi has too many ads. Tubi's not bad. It's got great movies. Yeah, it's got a ton of great movies. Is it HD? Yeah, well, I mean, if the movie was made in HD, yeah. I've also been like working my way through the Howling movies. And all the Howling movies are on there. I'm up to Howling. I finished Howling 5 last week as well. So I'm going to watch like Howling 6 and 7 at some point. I can't believe there's so many Howling movies. And they're so bad. The Howling is fantastic. And then 2 and 3 are awful. 4 is kind of like, all right, they're trying to do something. It's a little campy. 5 is okay. 5 is okay. But oh my god, I saw that Christopher Lee was in The Howling 2, and I was like, this is exciting! This is gonna be amazing, Christopher Lee! And the movie's terrible, but there's boobies. So, I guess you got that. It's got boobies. It's got boobies. I don't know if it's one of Christopher Lee's worst movies, but it's a bad one. It is. It is a bad one.
And they feel no pain. The process is completely humane.
Humane, Professor? That we judge the acceptable level of suffering by the human condition? Ask the beggar, Professor. Ask the orphan. Ask the whore. Ask the starving, Professor. The weak, the sick, the filthy. Ask them to define your humane.
Yeah, I think if the movie is in HD, it's in HD, like, if it's available. They've got stuff from, like, Shout Factory on there, which means that, you know, like, the releases were, you know, like, taken care of and restored decently, which is nice. Or is it Scream Factory? Scream Factory? I think it's Shout Factory that does it, but Scream Factory is, like, the subsidiary of Shout Factory that does horror stuff. Yeah, I haven't really gotten too many ads on there. If you have a decent ad blocker like uBlock Origin, it skips over all the ads. So it's like it'll stop briefly. 1 through 9, 9 switches. The show will, like, it'll go blank for like 2 seconds and then no ads. So I haven't really run into any ads on Tubi with an ad blocker, which you shouldn't use ad blockers. But if you were to use an ad blocker, you should use, you know, uBlock Origin. Just, you know, you shouldn't use ad blockers. But totally don't use ad blockers. And I don't really get too many ads on Tubi. And by I don't get too many, I mean 0. Maybe we have to investigate which rods are available? So how do we suppose this is set up? Is it the way we're looking at it? It's 1, 2, 3, 4. So 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 9. Or do we add in 1, 6, and 8? 1, 6, and 8? I don't know what we're doing here. We'll have to figure this out. 7 is the only one that looked like I couldn't do anything with it. Seven looked blocked off. Or 3. Oh, maybe I needed to open it up. Maybe I needed to open it up. Yeah, Tubi has a ton of great stuff on there, but Shudder does too. Shudder's not too expensive either. You know, for 1 month, I think it's like $10. So it's kind of worth it for, you know, like this time of the year. Yeah, there we go. I don't know what, is that like nuclear rods, you know, like uranium? Like in nuclear facilities? Yeah, I realized that too late when I got there. I was just like, oh, it's blocked off. No, I think we need them all. Just need to open it. Clang! Okay. Ignition control. Now to find the ignition controls and start the machine once more. Elated, I stride forth upon these catwalks. I am coming, my darlings. I've almost saved you. Where are his kids supposed to be?
Quickly, the air is thin. The little faces turn blue, madness. They suffocate.
I don't understand. What?
Daddy!
Now, madness, set them free. Set them all free.
Oh, do I have to? This feels like a trap.
I live. I breathe again. I will rise to bleach the sky and still the water. I will spin the world wheel and set the future upon the path to redemption.
Where are my children? You promised me my children!
My time is come. More pig. More pig.
Boys, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
What? Mandus Saboteur. You can't come in. No, you can't come in. You must sleep in the yard. Bad piggy. Dirty piggy. Stinking, filthy animal. You bad child. You stinking child. You filth.
And, emerging, I raised my head to an uncaring sun, and I cursed this world of pain and despair. This civilization built on the ricketed bones of the unfortunate, on the greed and swell of mammon and empire. Cradling a stone egg in my jacket, I kissed my children farewell, and I crawled my way home.
Stone egg? The hell's a stone egg? Why are we moving like this? "29th of December, 1899. Can a man construct himself anew? Can a man, on realizing who he is, on what he has become, tear himself apart, down to the bricks, and begin again? Are our souls just this, tiny cogwheels and clockwork and intricate machines to serve a function that, upon reflection, we might set to a new task? Can a man, defined by his actions, defined by that which he now finds abhorrent, set to sabotaging this body, his machine, until those children of his soul turn in new motion, and he may awake to a new sun, a new year, a new century, with hope in his heart? As I reach my hands to the exposed wires, I ask myself this: is redemption possible for such a creature as I? And if not, then surely Better to die amongst my creations than to continue to live as a monster. I wish you'd just, like, spell out. Like, what the fuck is happening? I'm dumb. I think I know. Betrayed. So it is done. The saboteur was me, and the voice on the telephone was him. But what of us? How do we connect? Surely I cannot be responsible for all I see about me. I cannot remember. I cannot remember! All I can grasp is a moment when the world split into two pieces, and the innards of humanity fell from an orifice torn agape into my open, bifurcated heart. So, I called it. I mean, I knew we were the saboteur. But we did it to stop whoever this person is. Maybe it's the same guy from... So, maybe at the end of Amnesia, you banish this guy into... With the good ending. You banish whoever this dude was. I forget his name. Brenneman or something like that. You banished him. Maybe this was us bringing him back somehow. Like, this was supposed to be his return. Maybe? I mean, we're a different person than from the first game. Warning, steam vent access only at low pressure.
Where are they? Where are my children?
Why do you ask, Mandus? You know the answer well enough.
Ah. See, I was wondering why we had never been here before, but now we have been. August 31st, 1899. Children really are the most wonderful, useful creatures. The unfortunates from the orphanage have proved indispensable in cleaning the larger steam pipes. It appears that matter from the slaughtering process may indeed vaporize at source, but drifts like dust through the air and lodges in the pipes, causing them to foul. Periodically, we shut the pressure down and send one of our pixies into the pipes to scrub the reconstituted fat away. Armed with just a shortened broom, our little explorers venture into the dark. Of course, we can only keep pressure down for a short period, so they must be fast, or they risk being trapped and boiled by the superheated vapors when they rush back into the system. Then we will be sending their comrades in afterwards to scrape free the cooling mess. The survivors tell me you can reach all manner of places within the complex through the pipes. I smile, tell them I am so proud, and then feed them to the pigs. Oh, there you go. That pretty much solves that. Do we not fondle any of this? I feel like we're supposed to fondle something over here. That's locked. Automatic pressure regulator shut off. I can't. Can I throw something at it? Steam vents. All about me. The thunder of machinery. The blast of boiling steam. I cannot pass without fear of scalding. I'm a lobster. Cracked. My circulation stagnated. My vital motions impeded. The steam will boil my whole, unless I can find a way to shut it off. So, they were taking kids from an orphanage and then sending them into the pipes to go clean shit. And then the kids found, like, ways throughout the facility. Okay. That doesn't explain what happened to our kids, like Lily and my kids. They must have, like, found their way in. Plant fully operational. Ah, there we go. I looked down and I saw the fuses. And I was like, oh, we got this.
What are you doing, little piggy? Do you think I will allow you to sabotage me again?
I want my children, you unholy bastard!
I don't think he has our kids. Maybe.
Will it hurt them?
A cleansing fire always burns, little Mandus, but it purifies and it makes anew. Did it hurt to carve out the fevered flesh? Did it hurt to cut free the gangrenous foot? Ask instead this. Can we save them?
When did I say that? That is not me. That is not me!
Can't see anything. Okay, we can duck here. It won't let me take out my lantern. I can't really see. The blur effect. Little blocks. I guess I'm just following the lights. Did I die? Yikes. December 1st, 1899. There's a spoon of medicine, I says. And it's a silver spoon. What you did get born holding. And it's a silver spoon what you did get born holding. What? Ever so painful for yummy deer, but grasped so hard it was in a little screaming red fist. Later you used your spoon to dig a hole in the garden to get all the way to Mexico. And then you did eat worms with your spoon on the way to stay fat. This spoon was the same you gave your twins. Then you used it to dig a hole to their clockwork souls, and you ate up their hearts like soup on the way to keep you fat. Fat little mole, where will you dig next? I asks. You and your little silver spoon made from the silver spine of your children, and wrapped in the hair of your dearly departed. Dear sweet Jesus, my darling Lilybeth, what am I become? I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to make of this. Where the hell are we? Like, obviously something happened to the kids. We, like, sacrificed them or something like that? For science? Warning, steam vent access only at low pressure. Escape through the pipes. If in the throes of my evil, I sent children into the pipes to clean them, then it seems likely there is another entrance I can use to escape this noxious maelstrom of engines. And I will ignore the burning in my nostrils from the fumes of that godless compound X that fuels these machines, and I will become the saboteur. I will destroy the pressure system, enabling me to enter the pipes without fear. Okay, so it looks like once again, for the first time, we're sabotaging, so I won't be able to get through that yet. How about rear? I like the word malodorous. Malodorous. We open that up? No? I don't know why, but that's a pleasant word to me. I have no idea where we are. This looks like something we can mess with. Danger. Ensure conduits are correctly placed to avoid pressure backdrafts. Child fatalities this month. 17. Oops. Mandus is the saboteur. It seems that the pressure system is indeed the Achilles heel of this facility, something I clearly did not realize in my first clumsy attempt at sabotage. If I reroute the steam, I can wreak havoc. Well, I like havoc. Do, like, the pigs care? They kind of live here, right? I feel like they would want to stop me from doing this, right? I can't get by that yet? I thought that's where they wanted me to go. Do I bring that tube and breathe through it? Breathe through that tube. It's not like there's a lot of options of places to go. Maybe I just... There we go. Alright, now maybe we can get by that other one. That'd be kind of scary. All this rattling and such. Some form of steam regulator, I'll wager. If I disable it, the damage caused by the rushing steam pressure could be catastrophic. Certainly enough to force a temporary stalling of this entire engine. That should cause the steam pressure to drop. Mandus, you clever old goat. I can feel this horror, this grief, this betrayal boil into fury. I will not stand. I will not be untrodden. If this machine is my heirloom, I am the Oberman. Right, I get what we have to do there, though. I think. We need those pipes. Just don't drop it. Don't drop that shit! Okay. Well, that's not... I'm gonna go grab the other one anyways. I guess we throw a gear at it to open it up. There's only so many combinations that we can do there, so we're just gonna like fuck around and figure out what the combination is. I don't think I saw anywhere that gave us an answer to this. Yes, yes, rattle, rattle, rattle. Oh, I don't put them in there? Oh. Oh, God! The pigs are angry! I didn't know. Yeah, it was the wrong way. Into the pipes and out of the engines. Now quickly through the pipes before the pressure returns and they fill with boiling corrosive steam. I sense the machine snart itself about me. Its unholy, inhuman mind coil and slick and send its dark tendrils through its conduits to repair the damage. I will return to the streets, I will fetch help, and I shall lead the people upon the factory, burn it to the ground, and seal this evil place underground forever. Oops. Hurt. That hurt. But also hurt. Oh my God, go!
This is your doing, Mandus. This is what you dreamt into being.
I will stop you. I will save them.
You are too late. It begins. My work has begun. Kill them, my piggies. Kill them all.
Who's killing them all? It's just me. Anything to save them. Of course, all the offal we cannot sell from our system is donated to the workhouse, making them perhaps the best fattened unfortunates in the whole of London. Awful for you, awful for me. If you don't know what awful is, it's like the intestine, stomach stuff. Tripe. Which I'm pretty sure the word awful comes from. A-W, not O-F-F-A-L. Take the truck. That'd be easy, right? Come on! It's like, I don't know, Homer's still blowing up. Come on! No soliciting, no hawking, no begging. Oh, the pigs are free.
Oh God, no, what have I done?
We've loosened the pigs upon the city. On London. Children, remember, silence and hard work are the roads to heaven. That dead people? What did I mean? October 25th, 1899. No one misses the poor. Round up some orphans, and the world will thank you for it. Disappear a whore, and a gentleman applauds you. Call a beggar, and a lady walks safely again. I hate them. I hate them more than any of the others. This privilege, this pretension, these so-called leaders, these pillars of society, these rich and fanciful, they wear their filth on the inside. They are no less dirty. I have plans for them all. We will feed them, and then we will feed from them. I didn't do it. Burner Street.
Redeem yourselves. Redemption is at hand. Enter the cleansing and set your souls free. For you are born into filth and will die as pigs. Only through my redemption can you ascend to the skies and claim the heavens as your kingdom. Fall on your knees. Ashes, ashes, bones and ashes. For the pile will reach critical, and we can have such a burning that this city will shine as a beacon of redemption for the world!
London's burning! London's burning! God forgive me. What have I unleashed? I stand and smell the burning city. I see ash upon the wind. I hear the roars of the sickening beasts and the screams as they fall upon the city and drag its people below for the slaughter. Now I begin to understand what the other composite ingredient of Compound X must be. And I also understand this. It is my responsibility now. I must find a way back to the heart of the machine and complete what I started. October 24th, 1899. We have set aside an entire wing of the mansion for their parties. We invite them from near and far, and we guzzle them in with fine wine and the finest cuts in all of London. My God, Mandus, but these chops are rather divine. Who is your butcher? Feed them up, for the wine and the grains will also lend a character to the product. Keep the flesh relaxed. Opium in the champagne and gravy, a hog roast every night for the Duke and the Duchess, an actress battered and sliced, an artisan in every mouthful, an importer of fine tea stewed in his own leaves. They bicker and breed under the table, by the fireplace, on the carpet stained with wine and fat, whilst long-dead nobles of deformed grace and cold stare watched them from gilded frames along the crooked walls. We will hose it down later, as we shovel them into our machine. Soylent Green is people? Oh. Well, where do I go then? Ah, here we go. Oops. This was an unexpected twist. I want that. Do I want that? Why do I want this? "23rd of December, 1899. I stand and look at myself in the mirror, penis in hand, and my reflection grins at me, and his mouth is full of the sulfur mustards. Vain fool, he sneers. Are you really so very different? Do you genuinely believe your works of evil are any greater than the rest of them? You're simply a weak man, product of his age, the same as any other. This is empire, cretin. This is the killing idiocy. The natural result of this social Darwinism. If you are evil, then this world is evil. You just let the blood run in the street rather than hiding it in the poorhouse. You hold the blade and slide it home yourself. You do not pay a man to do this for you, where you cannot see it. If you are evil, at least yours is an honest evil, and that alone makes you Ubermensch. And thus, I wash my hands and take to bed." Ubermensch? Ubermensch? The hell's an Ubermensch? Now, the greatest of mensches.
Do you hear me, madness? This is what you planned.
I mean, I thought you planned this. It couldn't have been me. No, it couldn't be me. Doesn't really look like London's burning. There's lots of noises, but this area is for horses only. Motor carriages must use alternate entrance. Motor carriage? Oh. I thought there was something down there. Am I a horse? Hold on! Where do you want me to go? Bad pig! It was just a giant dead end! Is the pig gonna be down there again? I could have kept going straight. I didn't see that. I thought that was a wall. I did not see that there was a way through there. Maybe it was closed before and then it opened up, and I don't know. Streets and alleys. There are too many of these damnations. These beasts loose on the street to all have come from the engine rooms. As I emerged, I counted 3 of the damnable pneumatic lifts, which suggests the machine has been planning this for some time, smuggling routes to the surface all about this neighborhood. If my bearings are correct, beyond the alley I should stand directly over the ignition rooms, and I'll wager that if I find a pneumatic there, it will carry me back to the machine's heart.
Okay. Beast! Creature! Where are my children? Where are my children?
I don't really understand why it's talking to me. What is it? Is it the engine itself that's speaking, or what the hell is it? Okay, that is not the way to go. I like finding the notes. They help kind of explain what the hell's happening. That definitely looks like a note over there. October 25th, 1899. A different strategy for the poor, who mistrust the offered hand, the plate of steaming offal. For then, we are become the disappearance in the night. More efficient and less visible to picking off stragglers and strays in the removal of entire communities in one swoop. Let the ground open under them and fall to the maw. Last month, by activating the doors at shortly after midnight on a balmy Saturday, 57 individual products were obtained in a single catch. I have instructed the workhouse to begin plans for a street festival before the end of summer, to pack out the narrow lanes with a teeming throng with hundreds of pairs of feet. We have begun to assemble a network of false streets and have extended the holding pens in preparation. A second pig line will be added to enable the system to cope with the increase in traffic. Fuck, they're just like collecting people. They started with just, you know, the poor, but they extended into just whomever. You just don't care. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to stand up. I keep left clicking. That is not the button. It's interesting. And these just came from the ground? Like I said, like, who constructed this? Farming the world. I saw the detritus of this so-called progress. I saw starvation and disease. I saw rubbish floating in the harbor. We are ruiners, all of us, and we make the world unclean. So, but creating pig people is how we clean it? Right? I mean, there was that passage at the beginning that was just like, hey, just let the pigs run in the streets and, you know, be the filthy animals they are. But I thought he was doing it as more of a metaphor. They were being literal. Counterattack. I have returned, an angel of vengeance, a saboteur once more. I will find a way to stop this vast enterprise of slaughter. Enough destruction opened the heart before, confused the machine enough to spring its locks and secret doorways. I must cause a great shock, stab its eyes, poke hot wire into its ears, hammer to its teeth, and push glass into every orifice. When it will gasp, and in that gasp, I will scuttle into its throat and stab its heart from inside. So somehow, it like lured us back in with the lie that our children were down here. Somehow we got amnesia, doesn't say. Somehow we got bonked on the Domus Aromus. We forgot everything and lured in under the guise that our children were missing, which they weren't. They were already dead, I guess is the guess. I like how there was a finger. Finger me! October 25th, 1899. No machine blades for Fatty Bishop and Gluttony Heiress. Prime cuts all for the sorting bins. And the very best, as always, back in the dumbwaiter to the kitchens above, to be stewed and plumped and gravied and breadcrumbed and returned to the table for the next night's feast. And not every night, you see, although we have begun to increase the frequency of the final act. Unlike the poor, the rich will be missed given time. But we will continue to spoil and ready them, and our fine foods are now exported to mansions and lodges across London. And it has been noted in the times of late how rather overweight the great and the good are becoming with their diets of fine wine and rich meat. Indeed, in Punch, just last week, a cartoon showed Viscount Selwyn as a stuffed pig laid upon a platter for his peers to dine upon. A vicious and cowardly slander, no doubt, but he tasted delicious. So they're taking off the pig's like body and giving the human body to the pig, and then they're butchering the pig body and giving it out, right? What are they doing with like the human body parts though? Like the heads and hands and arms and legs and all that. Was maybe a bit redundant. Heads and hands. Danger, Compound X. No naked flames. No unshielded electrics. I don't think I can go by there. I guess we're like blowing something up.
Will they be free? Yes, my friend. Drained and bled and freed from the prison of the flesh. Free to ascend as smoke to the stars.
And the good, the worthy, how will we save them?
Show me these worthy, Mandus. Show me these good. I do not see them.
The trippery? The tripery? Tripe? Tripe. Oh. What was happening over here, though? Like, I did that, but, like... What the hell is this? That looked like it was leading us in a different direction. Oh! Okay, maybe that wasn't the solution? Like, I could totally land on that, right? It didn't look like it was that far down. Okay, I don't know. I have no idea what's happening over there. Coolant pumps. I sense an opportunity, my first strike. Impeding these cogs with large enough object should jam the flow of coolant, causing a pressure buildup that will split the pipes and rupture the tanks. Into what, though? Compound X. No naked flames, no unshielded electrics. Well, that certainly did something, did it not? What it do? Broham. What it do? Oh. I guess maybe if we need to, like, hide or something, we can drop down there. I hide. Right here. This is my hidey hole. Compound X in the coolant tanks. This vile concoction, this Compound X. Is it the arterial blood of this horror? Boiled, it creates the steam to drive pistons, but here, it is freezing and flows about the components to keep them cool. Why should it be that the deeper I go, the cooler it becomes? What great process generates such heat that the machine Must quench it with a cocktail of blood and effluent. I don't know. Oh, now it's gonna make the shit blow up. I get it. So it killed him. And now we just stop that from happening, and then we can go down there. I got it. I got it. I thought... Yeah, it was... We have, like, regular hands and feet, it looks like. What the... They're gross. They are gross. Grody grody. Pig Line Central Operations. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm flipping switches and things are... Ow! Ow! Oh, I was probably supposed to, like... Okay. The spark plug.
I know you, machine. I know what you fear.
Vanity cop?
I will rain excrement into your very soul. I will destroy you.
You are too late, Mandus. My great works are almost begun.
My great works are almost begun? But not all begun? Ow! Coolant pumps. Ow! The tripery. Grip and removal. Okay, so no more fondling. Pig line, yeah. Okay, so... Aha! About right. There's a door there. And a door here. I don't know where we go. The tripery. That one didn't have a name. It does have information. October 27th, 1899. And waste not, want not. For here the assorted slop and innards are sifted and sorted, and enter the world through more channels and means than one could possibly conceive. The product passes by this section of the engine and is driven through the blade, splitting it into two sections ready for the butcher's block. And in the interim, it is kept in our freezer bays under the house. And that heat produced naturally by the refrigeration process feeds into the pipes and crannies of these rooms and is the very reason, my dear friend, that we can sit here in shirts and waistcoats but no jackets on a freezing winter's night. Without a fire in the grate and discuss our great enterprise, the warmth in our bellies and toes may be attributed directly to those bellies and toes, even now passing through steam, fire, and blade beneath our feet. Yeah. Ew. Ew. December 2nd, 1899. Walking away from those temples, that small pile of stones under the rhododendrons, the skulls of innocents under the loose clod. Headless rib cages in the cool stone behind the altars, 3,000 miles apart. I trace back my life to this instance. Rain channels eroded in ancient stone. The toxins are already in this damp, this failing water. Did he sacrifice his kids? Is that it? Remember, like, the idea, like, he talked about, I'm putting this together. They talked about how whatever ancient South American, Central American tribe of people that they went to go see, I was assuming the Aztecs, they sacrificed, right? And to stop the sky from falling, right? That was the idea. So maybe they sacrificed their kids to whatever, and that's what caused this deity or whatever that the machine is part of. I hack and retch and vomit into the sink and grasp the bowl with both hands and stare. There, in the plug hole, as clear as day, a toy spine, clockwork and intricate, like a child's spine, but clockwork. How could that be? How could a child's spine be made like clockwork? I washed it carefully and placed it on the mantelpiece. By the egg I laid myself, under the garden where the children's skulls are buried. Call it my Mexico. Think you may be onto something? Maybe. I'm not positive, but I think maybe that's it. 'Cause, I mean, they're talking about children's skulls. Why wouldn't their bodies be there as well, right? And he's reminded of their, like, severed bodies. Maybe that's part of it. I don't understand the whole, like, attaching people to pigs. And the pigs are playing in the nursery? There's definitely something I'm missing. I'm not sure what that is. I like that they keep showing you where you are. We are the pig. We are all the pig. This is just like a big-ass metaphor for gluttony and overindulgence. The path to the tripery. It is critically injured now. I am sure of that. It jeers no more. I feel it shudder around me, a wounded animal pressed flat to the ground. I feel it is afraid of me. And I hate it all the more, as I hate myself for unleashing it. My head pounds with blood. My teeth vibrate. I retch and burn with fever. I'm an angel of death, descending to smother the firstborn for the death of the two that came after.
I am here again, At the foot of those stairs, towards the red light of the nursery, sunset in the window like a bleeding sky, the horizon a slit throat, the seeping dark to drain the guilt from us. I am the jaguar-faced man. I am the feathered serpent. This priesthood is mine.
Supping, you say? What the hell are they? Oh, it's eating people. There's a hand. Okay. Well, yeah, that's gross. Glad we saw that.
I can meet him, your great engineer. How marvelous. I must say, Mr. Manders, my excitement is almost unseemly.
Yes, I can see that. Step this way, Professor. I will be right behind you.
Manders? Manders, where the devil are you? I can't see a damn thing. Manders! We are the pig, Professor. We are all the pig.
These are the stained glasses that were in the church. Yeah, that's the second time we've seen them, like, reach into themselves and pull out a heart.
I climb in stillness now. Blue water runs in my veins, now I am clean. I carry the knife of this factory, the bowl of this mill. I am come to collect you from your fields and your furnaces. I will gather you into the white clouds. I will gather you to me, and I will take you home.
Oh. It just looked like we were surrounded by darkness in there. That was trippy. The veil lifts, the bride is waiting. And in that instance, cradling my children's heads in my palms, I knew I had to unbuild what I had constructed. This machine was ever mine, and it fell to me to redeem it in myself.
Hear me, Mandus. My gears are adjust. My steam is built. Soon I will spill that blue water and split the egg, the atom, my soul, and there will be a very great burning that we might make the world clean. Be proud, for this is your doing. Until you steeped me in the blood of your own, I was nothing but rotten architecture. You have made me, and I will make the world anew.
I think it's all in his head. I don't think that, like, there's anything really there. I think this is, like, all his concoction and all his doing, and In my dreams, I walk with my children. I walk tunnels where no human has trod before. I am sure of that. Is it just me and him now? Frost forms on my coat sleeves, to deathly still. The freezing air tell me I am close. Vacuum eviscerators? A vacuum eviscerator? The hell's a vacuum? Sealing hoses. Scalding hoses. The sausagery. The sausagery. So these are all just like machines for whatever the area is. Tripery. Pre-grinding. Tripe. It's all tripe to me. Tripery, pre-grinding, and more vacuum eviscerators.
But why did you take my children?
Aye, Mandus. Of all the blood we have spilled together, the first drops fell from your hands alone.
Then I am damned for a filicide, and everything is lost.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty obvious. So now he admits that he was the one that killed his kids. I don't know why he killed his kids. That's still kind of... Was it a sacrifice? Was he just trying to stop them from seeing this abomination that he created? I don't know if it was a sacrifice or not. I mean, I kind of thought it was, but now I'm kind of thinking otherwise. Mandus Processing Company, Oregon Distribution Tanks, Maintenance Access. Oregon is the other ingredient of Compound X, which I think is just like another term for, I think they were just combining like the blood of humans and pigs together, right? What's over here? Yeah, this is creepy as hell. Mandus Processing Company, Oregon, distribution tanks. Maintenance access. Danger, do not expose to ultraviolets. Contains vitae. Well, that's way too fancy for 1899. What the hell is that bulkhead door? Ow! Oh! Oh! Just oh my God! So somehow that pig had compound X on it, and when it was exposed to the light, it killed it. I guess. What was I doing in here, though? Higgs gauge. EU. Ah, here we go. Mandus Processing Company, electrogravitic suppression, South Town. Mandus Processing Company, electrogravitic suppression. Up that. I thought there was like... Mandus descending amongst the spirits, I deny you. I am not your chattel. I will not be your operator, the monkey to your organ grinder. Monkey organ grinder, what?
Only to save you. Only to spare you. I would have given my soul to spare you this world and its loan. Oh, my children. My children. What have I done? What have I become?
Ooh. Was walked off the ledge.
I will put it right, my darlings. All of my wrongs will be righted. All of my sins washed clean. I love you, my darlings, and I am sorry. I am sorry for all I have done. I simply loved you all too much for this world.
What? 28th of December, 1899. Memories. They surface like bloated bodies rising to the scum of the Thames. I looked at them, covered in the blood of their dead mother. Little piglets squealing in the swaddling. And my heart, at once, was filled with a great love and a consuming hate I would never have imagined. At that point, did my soul split, creating him? Was this the egg of my soul? The moment the great clock began to tick? Is the only path to redemption to join us together again? To make myself whole? To close the great circle? And take that madman into my heart once more? And forgive him, and myself as well. Alright, so we already surmised that, you know, the voice is us. Mandus is alone. I search for instruction, for advice, for help in my goals, but in return the system mocks me. Simpleton, it says. You must find your own answers now.
Mandus, put aside your misguided crusade and let me save them. You may hate me, Mandus, but I have seen the future, your 20th century, and let me tell you this, a far greater slaughter awaits you there. I seek to save the world by blood now, before millions fall beneath history, pushed under by blade, bullet, and gas.
What now? Ah! 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 I mean, it's pitch black. I don't know where the hell I'm going. What's up, Char Yoshi? How you doing, homie? Happy Tuesday. There's an ice cream you have that has shitloads of caramel? Dude. Hell yeah. I'm all about the shitloads of caramel. I love shitloads of caramel. What's it called? The most delicious ice cream ever created? Freaking weird. What? Think you need to stop eating it forever because you're awake now after falling asleep in the afternoon? Sounds about right. Don't know, but it's blue bunny flavor? I don't know what that means, but I'm in. Can I have some? Don't be selfish. Share. Is that like a heart up there? Blue Bunny's a brand? Can't say I've ever heard of it. Is it like a local creamery? Something like that? It's a thick-ass brand? Can't say I've ever heard of it, but that's still cool. I love some great ice creams. Got some, like, vanilla and chocolate chip in the fridge that we bought the other day, or I bought the other day. Okay. They're resonating. I have no idea what the fuck is happening right now.
I have you now, creature. I will destroy you.
Stop him! Stop him! Kill him!
It is over. It is time to end this madness.
The ice cream guy in it is himself a blue bunny.
God help me. I am lost in the dried paper soul of the world.
This is one of his kids' hearts, right? Enoch, Edwin, Oswald, and I. I thought I was Oswald.
to save the world. I am your friend.
There's people in there? It's a people?
Mandus, please, I am no more evil than you. We sought the same thing, to save humanity, ridding them of their painful, stupid, pointless lives. Mandus, stop. Think about what you are doing. For your children, Mandus.
Do not speak of my children, monster.
I did not kill your children, Mandus. You sacrificed them on the temple steps, knowing what the coming century would do to them. Your sons will drown, lungs full of mud and shrapnel on the banks of the Somme. You wanted to save them from the horror to come. That is the vision we shared. Everything we have built to avert this coming nightmare. You and I are one. We are the same. Our souls are entangled. We deserve to make them free.
Probably should have been looking up there the whole time. It's weird. It's weird.
I have stood knee-deep in mud and bone and filled my lungs with mustard gas. I have seen 2 brothers fall. I have lain with holy wars and copulated with the autumnal fallout. I have dug trenches for the refugees. I have murdered dissidents where the ground never thaws and starved the masses into pain. A child's shadow burnt into the brickwork. A house of skulls in the jungle. The innocent Mandus trod and bled and gassed and starved and beaten and murdered and enslaved. This is your coming century. They will eat the Mandus. They will make pigs of you all, and they will bury their snouts into your ribs, and they will eat your hearts. Please, Mandus, no. For your children.
What now? I thought we were destroying it. Why did we go into that thing? What was that thing? The fuck? What now?
I lay there and watched the god I had created die. At the end, when we were cold as the stone we had hewn his body from, when the lights were nearly all extinguished, we heard, in the silent distance, the man-pigs singing to one another. Then, as the last lights were gone, and we lay together in the deep, they drifted away, and all was silent. Such a silence I have never known. And as the dust settled on my open eyes, and we lay together embraced forever, I heard, miles above us, the sounds of the city turning over in its sleep. A church bell ringing out. And in that moment, the new century was born.
This is like, what if Y2K actually happened? Yeah, what if Y2K was in 1900? I don't fucking know what to make of that. I mean, so when he went to Mexico, he had a vision that the coming century was going to be evil and terrible, and he didn't want his kids to experience it, so he killed them? Yeah, I don't know what the stone egg thing is either. Oh, he found one of the orbs. And he took it out, he took it away from Mexico, and it caused all the story of Mandus's struggle against the machine and his own consciousness was written by Dan. They did a really... It gave him a vision of the future, right? And he saw terrible things happening. He saw pestilence and plague and war. And so to save his kids from whatever suffering that they would experience in the future, he killed them. What? And so they're gonna either die when they're slightly older or then. Like, that's pretty fucked up. But then, like, so then he comes and creates this giant machine somehow, and they start, for whatever reason, creating man-pigs? For some strange reason to... Like, he was trying to, like, alter the future and thought that whatever this technology he was creating would change the world. Yeah, but also no, because whatever this thing that's talking to... I thought Oswald was Mandus. It's him. There's not like another thing there. It's him. It's a split of him. I don't understand how that like works into anything, but it's him the entire time. It's not like there's some other otherworldly entity talking to him. It's him the whole time. This is just like, I thought Mandus was his last name, and Oswald was his first name. Like, he was just referring to himself as Mandus because that was his last name. Oswald is his first name. So he is Oswald Mandus. But he's like talking to himself the entire time. His wife dies from whatever. He's distraught by that. That's like before he goes, his wife dies before he goes to Mexico. He brings his kids to Mexico with him to, like, whatever, vacation, forget mom's death or whatever. They end up going to these old ruins. And he finds orb thing. He sees vision of future, kills his kids. For whatever reason, pops their heads off and buries them in his garden. And then somehow, he builds this giant factory? I don't understand what all that, like, ending stuff was. Like, what was that shit underground? What was the tower? Like, there was like an Aztec temple in the underground that had one of those chairs, or was that some sort of, like, fever dream kind of thing? I was kind of like middling on this until we got to the end, and then I was like, oh, this is kind of cool, and then I started to hate it. And then I start to hate it. Sometimes stories need to be told better. Sometimes stories need to be told better. Leaving some things up for the viewer to understand is one thing, but being completely obtuse, it's not a good way to convey a story. It's not a good way to convey a story. I don't think we found all of the notes. I did my best to try to wander around and find all the notes. Yeah, I did my best to, like, wander around and, like, try to find all the dead ends we could and piece things together. I found a lot. I found a lot of them. I don't think I found them all. We probably missed one or two along the way. You think it was the orb that split his soul into the engineer and him? Right, the machine felt like it was sentient. That was kind of it, was that it was sentient, but it wasn't ever like the machine. What was that body, though? That had to be a metaphor. That couldn't have actually been the body because that was him the whole time. Also, what was that heart in the tower? That couldn't have been his heart. Or were we like one of the experiments and were we Pigman too, and did we rip our own heart? I don't fucking know. But, like, why did we create pigmen? Like, we were destroying the world because of whatever... We were calling everyone pigs. There's another metaphor going on there as well, is, like, people feeling like the glut of the century, and he felt like they needed to punish the pigs. So he created pigmen to go destroy the pigs. There's definitely some sort of metaphor going in there. It's a weird game. It's not a well-told story. It's not a well-told story. It needs to come together a little better than that. Like I said, I never mind it, but when people try to get too, like, surreal and artsy-fartsy for their own good, it doesn't come across well. It does good atmosphere. At first, like, once we got and, like, completed the machine, I was like, that's the end? This kind of feels like we only had a couple of instances of, like, running into the pig people. It felt kind of lame, but the further it went on, like, when the pigs were released on London, I was like, oh, this is kind of creepy. I liked it the further it went on, because I thought we got to the end of the game, and I was like, well, that was kind of lame. But the more it went on, the more I liked it, but then the more it kind of like fell apart at the seams with its story. It's a downgrade from the first. I like the puzzles better in the first game. I actually kind of like the atmosphere and stuff better in this one, to be perfectly honest. I think they both have something to learn from one another. I think the story in the first game, that one's still a mess too. The story in the first game is still a mess too because it leaves a lot of openness in there, because there's a bunch of things that aren't explained in the first game either. And that's really shitty. That's a real shitty way to like tell stories. Yeah, and there's that too. You can't interact with as much, which I don't mind them taking away. I actually feel it's for the better. Them taking away the fact that you have to like light everything with candles and you need oil for your lamp. I like them removing that. I wish more stuff in the environment was interactable. I agree with that. Them kind of taking that away felt kind of like, but why? But why? I like them throwing the notes in the environment because it's the same way the first game kind of handles its like story and lore, that you get as much as you want from it. If you wander around and you search, you'll find the notes, you'll discover stuff. It'll expand on like what's really happening in the game. But I both feel both of them have something to gain from the way that they told their story. If I need to dig and scrounge around to find the story bits, you have not told a real good story. It's better than Dark Souls. Dark Souls had no story what to speak of. It's got a lot of world building and lore if you scrounge around in but this is not a good way to tell a story. Like, I like piecing together things. I like doing that. I enjoy doing that. But by the end of the game, I want to be able to piece everything together and have a good semblance of what the fuck was happening. And it's okay to be surreal and esoteric and mystical. It's fine to do all that. It is fine to do all that. But at the same time, things need to come together and we need to have like a good semblance of a story. You never have to spoon feed the audience, but at the same time, you need a beginning, middle, and end, which this has, but they need to coalesce in some way, which this never does. The first game doesn't really either. It leaves too much open in the end. It doesn't answer enough things. It's like, okay, you've come to an ending, and yes, okay, we came to an ending, but we missed a lot in between. Like, there's still pieces missing. Like, the beginning, middle, and end don't piece together. There's still pieces of the puzzle that are missing, and that's not a great way to tell a story. I want to be able to know what I witnessed, what I saw, how this all came together. Like, how the fuck did he build this? Like, where did this factory come from? How long ago was that? You don't build this in just a couple of years. This whole machinery and stuff, I mean, that shit takes decades to build. How fucking big was that? How many millions and thousands of people did they have working on this? Like, this just doesn't come around overnight. You're excavating in the ground. How far did they excavate into the earth to build this entire facility? Like, they were talking about how they were digging and they were, like, finding new tunnels and stuff like that. So maybe they used some of what was already there. But, oh my god. The story of Souls is the pilot lights going out. Yeah, kind of, but it doesn't have a story. It doesn't have a story. Dark Souls does not have a story. And what there is not well told. Dark Souls doesn't. It does not have a story. It's got lots of lore and world building, but it does not have a story. It just doesn't. You can't argue that it does. It doesn't. Lots of lore and world building. No story whatsoever. You don't even have a character. There's like nothing there. Probably opened a bakery, sold some good ham, and then upscaled. I mean, that's the idea, is that they were like reusing their product. They were finding a way to use everything that they were being efficient. They were using the runoffs of the pigs and humans. It ended up creating some weird compound thing that allowed them to reanimate creatures. It's an interesting story. I just wish that they told it better. I like it. I actually really like it, and I am intrigued by it. I just wish that it was told better. I wish that it was told better, because it is interesting. It is interesting, and I like the whole idea of him, you know, it's amnesia, so he does something so horrendous and awful, he tries to force himself to not remember anymore. And so he forgets everything that happened, and now he has to remind himself through revisiting, you know, his demonic construction. Like, I like that. I like that idea. That, like, he like, tried to shut everything down and forget it. And then he comes to and he's got amnesia and he has to, like, relive everything all over again. Cool story. I just think the story could be told better, but this is applicable in the first one, too. The first one has storytelling issues, too. The first one doesn't tell you everything that you need to know as well. I don't know if the supplemental material, the little story, like the short stories that they have, fill stuff in. I was kind of hoping that that's what this game was going to do, was that it was going to be some sort of like prequel sequel thing that would like fill in those missing gaps, like who that guy was in the end, like that the dude that had lived for hundreds of years that was searching for the orb that was very much not part of our world, that was part of some other ethereal realm universe thing. Like, what was that guy? What purpose did he serve? Why did he want to go home? Where did he come from? And it doesn't answer any of that. I didn't see anything. There was nothing for a machine for pigs. This is the only game thing that was available on it. Justine was part of the other game, but I didn't see. In the second, he's just tired of remembering. Yeah, you give in the first game, well, it's like it's PTSD induced amnesia. He did so many terrible things that like his body was just like, I can't handle this anymore, and blanked out on it. You know, selective memory kind of stuff. The Dark Descent had that. That was Justine. No, I remember that. I remember that's in the first game. I remember that. I'm saying in this one. I don't know how he got amnesia in this one. That's why I was saying, like, he did such terrible and awful things that it was kind of like he forced himself to forget. Like, why does your house have cages on the bed? Like, what is that about? Who opened up the cage? Why was there a cage on our bed? Like, what is that? Is it just to be weird? It may have been just to be weird. I just have a lot of questions. I think this is a bad game. It has... I like the atmosphere. I like the setting. I like the weird shit that happens. I like the weird fucking pig people. You know? I do miss the fact that there wasn't as much to interact with. The puzzles in the first game felt like puzzles. There really weren't puzzles in this game. You know? There really weren't. There really weren't puzzles. Like, the stuff that you do in this game, that could be, like, the first game I could see being frustrating to people, because a lot of the stuff that I did in the first game, I just kind of, like, brute forced and slammed stuff together, and I was like, oh, we figured something out. Like, I was, like, dumbing my way through things in the first game, to an extent. But I like the fact that there were, like, interesting puzzles in that one. This one, there really weren't. There were, like, one or two things where you kind of had to do some things here, but you had to figure out that coal goes in a furnace. Yeah. Like, that's not really puzzle. It's just like, put coal in furnace. I like that. Some things in the way of the nuclear reactor, like, yeah, how is he developing a nuclear reactor? Where was he getting that material from? How is that even working? Like, how is he building a nuclear reactor before Einstein even had, like, a chance to figure out, like, splitting the atom, you know? Who was it? Who was it that split the atom? oh god, what was his name? Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer. Like, before Oppenheimer was even, like, a human being, he's here making, like, fucking... He's here making nuclear reactors. That was wild. I mean, I like the setting, and I like the fact that, like, the orb kind of gave him the ability of, like, this future knowledge to create these things. I'm assuming that's what it was, is that he kind of learned these things from it. Like, it gave him whatever. Stop questioning why the Batcave is so cool. It's just weird. I also don't understand why there's all these decontamination rooms. You go from a decontamination room into a sewer, into another sewer. Like, what are you poisoning in there? It's a fucking sewer full of guts. Like, what? You're sloshing through bile and fecal matter, and they're like, oh yeah, just burn it off with steam, and then go into another sewer, which you're not going to contaminate anything with because it's literally the same material. Oh, the decontamination rooms are silly and fun. I mean, that's what this is right here. I heard that people really dislike this one, and I think it's about as good as the first Amnesia. I liked the pig people better than whatever the things that were chasing you in the original Amnesia. I don't even know what the hell those things were. Like mummies? I mean, I know what they were. They were like the entity that sent out those things to hunt you down. But I like the fact that there's a bit more rationale for these. And on the plus side, it was a lot easier to get yourself away from those, because the pigs, you could just, like, turn your light off and hide. In the first game, if you got spotted, you were fucked. Like, you were just dead. If they saw you and you tried to run away from them, more often than not, if there wasn't, like, an immediate place to, like, barricade yourself in, you were fucking dead. They were faster than you, and they just straight up murdered you. I felt like in this one, if I got spotted, I could run to a corner. I did it a bunch of times, and we were good. You took showers and things to calm yourself for immersion. So I think Amnesia, A Machine for Pigs, is probably just as good as the first one. I put them on the same level. I don't think it's worse. I don't think it's better. I think A Machine for Pigs does things slightly better than the first game. I also think it does things slightly worse. I like what was happening in this game, though. I do like what was happening. So they kind of, like, simplified the controls and stuff. But I actually like the atmosphere and stuff in this game better than the first one. The one thing you're better than the monsters at is turning corners. I do love to turn corners. Yeah, I mean, I liked it. Up until like the back third of the game, the first, like, 2/3 of the game, I was like, and then that back half I started to really enjoy. It's fine. I don't think it's any better than the first. I don't think it's any worse. I think they're just about on even playing fields with what they did. They both should learn how to tell a story better, though. They both should. I feel like there was a bit more, I don't know, there was some interesting story pieces. I think the first game tells a bit more of a cohesive story than this one does. This one feels like it's all over the place and many more open puzzle pieces than the first game did. But the first game also left me with, like, I don't know half this shit that's happening. Who are these, like, figures that they had? Like the dude in the basement and his master, and then the Brennigan or whoever it was and him trying to get the orb back so he could go home. There was still, like, missing puzzle pieces of, like, who these people are, what they're doing, like, what the orbs actually represent, where they come from. I'm curious about all that. Yeah, they're extra-dimensional aliens or something, yeah. Yeah, but the orbs somehow give them knowledge that allows them stuff. I don't know. It's intriguing. It's interesting for sure. I had fun with this. I liked it. I actually really enjoyed it. I had a fun time with it. Is it the greatest thing in the world? No. But I had fun with it. I definitely had fun with it. It was an amusing game. It was definitely an amusing game. I had a good time. I don't think we're going to start something else up today. We've been going about 7 hours, so I think that's a good place to just say, hey, we're going to call it here, and we'll start up. We'll do Rebirth tomorrow. We'll do Rebirth tomorrow. I had it all ready to go, and I thought, hey, maybe we'll be able to like beat this today, get the other one started and get Rebirth started, because I thought this was going to be super short, but knowing me, it always takes slightly longer, you know. It always takes slightly longer. So we are gonna go raid Stream Stack TV. It's Jake. Jake's really cool. He plays a lot of retro shit, and he knows a ton about retro games. He's playing a ton of Amiga games. I haven't seen him online in a while. That's kind of disappointing. But thanks everyone for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate it, guys. Enjoy your mornings, afternoons, evenings, whatever you guys got going on today. Have beautiful, fantastic Tuesdays. You know, we're closing in on Halloween. We've got a couple more horror games still in store, but we're closing in on it. We're closing in on it. Super excited. But thanks everyone for hanging out with me. I'll be back tonight. We'll play Amnesia Rebirth. That'll be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to that. Hopefully it's better optimized than Amnesia and The Dark Descent. I think they were built on the same engine, and for whatever reason, my computer does not like them. Maybe they're just not well optimized. I'm hoping this newer one will be. But either way, guys, enjoy yourselves. Have great days. Go say hey to Jake. He's really awesome. Have great days. Like I said, I'll be back tonight. They're both clunky. Yeah. But you have a great day, Charyoshi. Enjoy yourself. Everyone else, you guys have great days as well. Go say hey to Jake. I'll be back tonight. More horror games incoming. More horror games. So many more horror games. Bye-bye, guys. Have great days.